Okay. You know what? There might be one in the fruit basket. I had a couple of things I could have alerted you. Julie, do you want some water?
I do.
Okay. All right, we have a bottle of tea.
So much road construction on the way over here.
There's tea, sweet tea or black tea or water.
Water.
Busy? Shake it up. I did not.
We on. Is that all right?
Yes.
I don't think it's funny. Last night, my wife, it just like exploded.
Trustee Howell, can you hear the boardroom okay from where you're at?
Faintly.
I think you'll hear better when they talk into the microphones. You're just kind of picking up background noise now.
Probably. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great.
Aye, pirate.
We can hear you.
Aye.
Yeah.
It's
Really.
good.
What happened, Jim?
I woke up about 4 weeks ago with my right eye not moving.
We can't hear you.
See, that's a problem because I'm unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Jim, are you muted by any chance? We can't hear anything right now.
I am unmuted.
There you
There
are.
we
Got you.
We there?
Yes.
Okay.
You hear us?
Yeah, not real well. We'll do the best we can. I'll try to talk loud, but I woke up 4 weeks ago with my right eye. For some reason, something attacked the third nerve that controls motion of your right eye, and it doesn't move with my left eye. So I wound up with double vision in my right eye. It doesn't track with my left. So everything that I read or type or write or drive, I have to cover my right eye or I'm seeing double.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's for somebody in my occupation, it's a real problem. Is everybody there to where we can start? It's 4:31.
I think so. I don't know who else is zooming
Forrest
in.
coming on Zoom.
Forrest is going to be a few minutes late, so we can, I think, start without him because, yeah, he can just join us if we're already in exec session. He can already join us. But do you want me to read the statement, Jim, for the virtual stuff when we start?
Do you want me to go ahead and call the meeting to order first, or do you want to read that?
Yeah, no, that's fine. Go right ahead.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call to order the meeting of the Board of Trustees. It's a regular board meeting for Butler County Community College. It's Tuesday, July 14th, 2020, and we're starting a minute or two late. Go ahead, Kim.
Okay, I'll go ahead and read this. It's similar to what we've read before for our virtual meetings, but again, for folks that are watching the live stream or zooming in, during this declared time of emergency, we ask for patience from all parties involved as we work through this virtual public meeting together. The agenda for this meeting can be found on the college's website at https://www.butlercc.edu/meetings/meeting/60/Board of Trustees. Prior to the start of the meeting, Laura Jarvis, Executive Assistant to the President and Clerk to the Board of Trustees, has worked to take the roll for those who have joined this meeting in order to accurately reflect attendees in the official meeting minutes. Matt Jacobs, Director of BCTV, will be live streaming the meeting, and they will both be monitoring the meeting technology. Please make sure your microphones, well, I don't know whether we want to mute them all or not, but let's pay attention to our microphones, and if we're getting feedback or background noise, then we'll go ahead and mute them unless we're speaking. As we participate in a public meeting by telephone or other medium of interactive communication such as this, members of the board must take steps to help the public understand the proceedings despite not being physically present. We ask each speaker, be it a board member or administrator, to please identify themselves by name before speaking or voting so remote listeners or observers can more readily know who's speaking. Each motion will be clearly and slowly stated, and Laura will take a roll call vote of each member, and each vote tally will then be clearly announced. It was requested through posted meeting materials that anyone wishing to address the board through public comment notify our office by noon today. There were no requests for public comment, so I'll skip that section of this announcement related to public comment. Meeting has been called to order, and then the board will move into executive session for no more than 45 minutes, and then we'll return to the regular board meeting.
Do you want me to set the agenda before we go into executive session, Dr. Crowell?
Yes, please, Jim.
Okay. I got an email from Trustee Smith asking that we remove 2 items. Trustee Smith, is that still your wish?
Yeah, I'd just like to table them and discuss them.
Okay, so we're going to remove item A2 from the consent agenda and also item D from the consent agenda, and those will be placed for discussion and I assume action if there's an objection to them and we can't resolve whatever the issue is. Are there any other things that anyone wants to remove from the consent agenda?
No, I have an amendment to the regular agenda though,
Okay,
that I'd like to ask for. I would like to amend it to include item I, or you can replace it with one of the items that you deleted. Educare decision to close or stay open.
I would second it just to talk about it in public.
I requested
Well-
that before the 26th, according to the board handbook. If I request something be added to the agenda as a trustee, then it can be, as long as it's requested prior to the 26th of the month preceding the meeting.
and that can be done with if the person who sets the agenda, which is Dr. Kroll and I, agree. To us, that decision has been made. There's no reason to place it as an agenda item. We did discuss, I think, at one point in time, in having an open meeting that anyone could attend and answer questions, but I see no reason to place that on the agenda at this point in time.
Well, I just wanted to clear who would vote for it to stay open and who would vote to close it. I'll be honest with you, whenever some of the information was presented, I don't feel like I had enough information to make a decision. And I also feel like that Mrs. Streeter still owes us some alternative methods that she was going to investigate.
I think I provided those alternative names for you by email a while ago. And the folks that I posted that stuff for you, and I provided that to you, Julie, with the people that we talked with and the potential names of individuals even. So.
And just for the,
There was supposed to be more is all, as far as alternatives. So I agree that since then she has talked to a couple of people, but I was looking for more than just that short list. So
I'd
I'm
also-
not
I'd
gonna
like to-
get it, we're not gonna add it to the agenda, then I would say we need to approve the agenda as amended by trustee Smith.
I'd like to clarify something that trustee Winslow just said about neither she nor any of us made a decision in executive session.
Right,
But your comment was you didn't have enough information
to
to
make
make a
any
decision.
decision, yes.
It wasn't your decision to make.
Right, it wasn't our decision. You're right. It was completely the staff's decision.
It was an operational decision. That's
Yeah.
correct, yes.
Yes. But I just wanted to clarify that.
So I second the motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign.
Yes, I-
Okay, the agenda is adopted as modified, removing the two things that were concerning to trustee Smith. So at this point in time, we can go ahead and move into executive session for consultation with legal counsel to receive advice concerning current litigation pursuant to the open meetings exception for matters protected by attorney-client privilege, and to discuss employee performance pursuant to the open meetings exception for personnel matters of non-elected personnel, which if discussed in open meeting might violate the right to privacy, and that Dr. Kroll, members of the Board of Trustees, and Ray Canal, counsel for the college, be included, not to exceed 45 minutes. So we're at 4:39, add 45 minutes to that, and I'll let Laura be the timekeeper on that. Okay,
Mr. Chairman Howell.
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Good here. You didn't hear me?
No,
Chairman Howell, this is trustee Good. I've had
Yes.
people comment that they cannot hear us on the meeting, YouTube, Zoom meeting. So we do need to speak into our microphones, please.
okay, I'm within inches of my computer.
I don't
so-
think they were referring to you, Chairman. It's
Oh,
just-
okay, okay, all right. All right, do I have a motion to move into executive session for those purposes?
I so move.
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. There being no objection, motion carries. We'll now move into executive session, and I'll ask whoever's there to clear everyone from the room that was not listed originally.
Yep, we're okay. We've got the right.
Okay,
folks.
we're all set?
Except
Right.
Lori. I don't know. We need to have Lori exit. There she goes. Okay. We're in good shape now, I think. Hi, Ray, go ahead.
Kim, do you want me in or out?
Sorry, out. I gotta join the breakout room.
Right, Kim, if you just join it, then it should be,
Got it. I forgot what I was supposed to do here.
you,
All right. Okay, so we entered exec session at 4:40.
Hang on, Matt needs to join it too, Laura, on the laptop. And then I'll jump out. Matt Jacobs' laptop that's running the video needs to join the breakout session,
Okay.
and I'll bounce out.
Laura,
Yes.
I just checking my headset, so we'll just wait till it, and they'll come back in and join us then, right?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I got a hold of Kim.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Hey, Laura, are you there?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when we go into the work session, we'll just continue on in this meeting, right?
Yes, sir. Yep.
And I'll need to share my screen for some of the budget update stuff. Will you need to give me permission to do that?
I think it's already set up, but I'll make sure that you have it. I'll be here the whole time. So,
Okay, very good.
all right.
Just double checking.
Okay. Thanks.
I can't see everybody, Kim, so when everybody's ready to start, just let me know. Should I unmute?
There we go. Now we get Jim.
Remember to talk into your mics, everybody.
Right.
This is gonna-
Is everyone back so we can move forward with the meeting?
I think we're good, Jim.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't have enough pan vision on my screen, but anyway, the next thing on the agenda is to move forward with recognitions.
Okay, I'll do those.
Kim?
Sounds like we got a little bit of an echo here.
I think he needs to mute us all.
Shall I go ahead? Can you hear us, Jim?
I can hear you, yes.
We can't hear him.
I'm inches away from my screen and I'm unmuted.
Oh, there you go. Now we can hear you.
Okay.
Okay.
Go right ahead, Kim.
All right.
Matt, I always disconnect my speakers on the computer. I always disconnect the speakers on the computer.
Where's Bill?
Are we
Say
still echoing?
Bacon 3 times like Beetlejuice. He'll be here.
All right.
Hello, hello, hello.
We're gonna have to
hello.
figure out our echo here for a minute, folks. Sounds like we're in the Grand Canyon. Oh, I
So,
think that worked. Whatever you did.
I don't hear us.
Okay, can everybody hear us?
Jim, can you still hear us?
Okay, all right, so July recognitions. First of all, I want to recognize a number of students that were award winners at the Kansas Collegiate Media Awards conference. The first group are the Lantern Newspaper Awards. Amy Chastain is the sponsor. And so Amariani Garcia received second place in comics and editorial cartoons. Madeline Wilson, third place in feature photography. Rachel McClurg, third place in front page design. Kaylin Bragg, third place in news event writing and second place in review writing. Matthew Will brought home a lot of honors here. Second place social media storytelling. Third place sports news writing. Honorable mention in both review writing and sports news writing. Catherine Gonzalez, third place special sections, publications or innovations. Amanda Smith, second place special selections, publications or innovations, and third place in sports feature writing. Carly Prack, second place in special sections, publications or innovations. And Hannah Simon, third place sports action photography. Also at that same Kansas Collegiate Media Awards, we had Grizzly Magazine Awards under the sponsorship of Mike Swan. Jacob Minter won first place page design, second place news and event photography, third place news and event photography. Ethan Neway, second place news and event photography, second place page design, third place news event writing, and honorable mention page design. Nicholas Quinones, third place cover design, and Kaylee Stout, third place headlines. And so even though the Kansas Collegiate Media Conference was canceled this year due to COVID, these students were awarded these 22 awards between the newspaper and the magazine. And in addition to these, the Butler Lantern was awarded silver overall in the 2-year newspaper division, and the Grizzly magazine was awarded bronze overall between not only the 2-year institutions, but the 4-year as well. So really, really proud of their accomplishments. These are great students when they come to interview you. You get a chance to meet them and kind of get acquainted, but really proud of these publications. They work hard and they do a great job. So congratulations to all the Kansas Collegiate Media Award winners. So. Next, I'd like to recognize Gretchen Schum for receiving the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants Scholarship. She was awarded this $5,000 scholarship from the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and received the Foundation 2-year transfer scholarship. This award provides financial assistance to outstanding students majoring in accounting or in an accounting-related field. So congratulations to Gretchen Schum. I know she's had great instructors in that program as well. Andre Davis, we want to recognize. Andre served this past year as Butler's Phi Beta Lambda chapter president and was just elected as the PBL National Vice President of Communications. He just graduated from May and is transferring to KU. He had to run a virtual campaign and successfully won over over his 2 competitors. So congratulations to Andre on this great award. It's a little bit different when we don't have them standing here in the room, isn't it? Unfortunately. We want to recognize Connie Belden. Connie's a great professor of accounting, and she received a very prestigious award from the American Accounting Association. She received the Cook Award. American Accounting Association, J. Michael and Marianne Cook, and the Deloitte Foundation will recognize Connie as the J. Michael and Marianne Cook Superior Teacher of 2-year accounting degree programs for 2020. This prize is the foremost recognition of an individual who consistently demonstrates the attributes of a superior teacher in the discipline of accounting. So tremendous congratulations to Connie. She's such a supporter of students and such an advocate for the great work that they do. And you know, one of the reasons that our students are so successful in that area is because of passionate teachers like Connie. She's one of those folks that steps up all the time and does all kinds of extra things, even outside of her degree program. So congratulations to Connie. Next on the list is Heather Rinkenbaugh. Heather's been named one of the 2020 Wichita Business Journal Women in Business honorees. This award ceremony will be virtual this year to recognize Heather and others in the community who have been chosen. She's one of our deans. She's the dean that oversees the outreach sites and online and the academies. And so congratulations to Heather. She's a great leader at Butler. And then certainly last but not least, we want to recognize a group of great Butler folks, again, Butler employees, Dr. Esam Mohammed, Jamie Gehring, Brian E. Smith, Peggy Krause, Heather Ward, and Sandy Dunn. Butler again this year was the recipient of Kansas Board of Regents 2020 Data Quality Award. We've won it a couple of times in the last couple of years. Oh, I guess it's written right here too. We've won this award. We won this award in 2015. And we're only the 3rd institution of 32 in the system to win this award more than once. The other 2 institutions are Washburn and Kansas City, Kansas Community College. Esam said that to him, this recognition reemphasizes that we can all rest assured that the quality and the integrity of the data we use for decision-making is not some of the best, but the best among our peer public institutions, including biggies like the University of Kansas. And, you know, when we received information about this and Esam told us about this right away, he said, this is a team effort. So not just me, but it's everybody else that I work with that really has a focus on data and data quality. And it's about getting reports in on time and all of those kinds of things. And so to all of you folks, congratulations. You make, again, Butler proud. And we know that the information that's going into KBOR and into our reports is quality because of the work that you do. So thank you guys and congratulations. I think that's what I have for recognitions.
Okay. I understand, Laura, that we don't have anybody that completed the forms for public comment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So we'll move on to the standing reports. Professional employee report. I think Terry's with us somewhere. There he is.
As you can imagine, there's not much to report during the summer months when we're all on break. I would like to make just comments about the professional employees contract that you have on your agenda for approval tonight. Uh, This, this contract is remarkable in both that it was put together and what eventually came of it. Everyone on the negotiating team set aside their usual priorities and dialogue in order to come together to look after the college and its employees during an extraordinary time. I'm very proud of this contract. I'm proud of the fact that the professional employees ratified it overwhelmingly. They recognize what extraordinary times that we're living in right now, and that this really was the best contract that we could put together. Everyone worked very hard on it. And it's my hope that you'll feel the same way. Thank you, Jim.
I do feel the same way, Terry. Thank you so much, and for all the hard work that you guys put into the MGG process to get this done. You recognize the issues and the problems and work together well with the executive committee, and I appreciate it. Absolutely. Okay. Well, thank you, Terry. Board Finance Committee report.
The finance committee met ahead of time. We kind of did an overview of can you guys?
There you go.
We met before the meeting and kind of did an overview of some budget discussion. So we'll continue later today. They're not working, Mary Martha. But I think there's some good things and some concerns. That it looks like we're going to end up with some extra money on hand just from some cost savings because the college was shut down for a few months there at the end. Again, we talked a little bit about enrollment, some of the potential issues that creates. So I'm sure we'll get into that more in depth. But we do get anything else?
We're going to look at all of it after our
work session.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, well, thank you, gentlemen. Foundation Board report, Forrest or Kim?
Yeah, Jim, nothing to report. The foundation board meets, I guess the next quarterly meeting is in August, so nothing to report right now. Don't know if they'll get to report next month either.
Yeah, I don't know.
Our meeting for the foundation board, but we'll have a chance to update that, but nothing right now.
Thank you, Forrest. President's report, Kim.
Just a couple of things. I had an update on here for critical incident management team, but we're going to talk about that under as a discussion item, so I'll forego that at this point in time. There's been discussion last week and this week about what's going to happen to fall sports. The Kansas or the National Junior College Athletic Association last week identified that fall sports for the junior college conference would be moved to spring, most of them. I think they're still going to do bowling and cross country and I think D3 women's tennis. But all the other fall sports, typically football, volleyball, some of the soccer, all of that stuff is going to be moved to spring. And so within that conversation, then with conferences across the nation, they've tried to build in some flexibility about what that looks like then for fall. What do we do for fall when we've got athletes on campus, and how do we keep them engaged? And so within the recommendation, they identified that conferences would have the ability to have scrimmages, determine if they wanted to have scrimmages, and you have the opportunity also to have some practice, but within certain timeframes. And so there's been conversation among the Jayhawk conference last week. Presidents were on the phone this morning, first thing. The athletic directors were going to be on the phone this afternoon or on Zoom this afternoon. And then presidents are back on the phone on a regular phone call on Friday. But what we've decided is, again, because everything is so fluid, is that there'll be a group of some ADs and the executive committee of the Jayhawk conference and some athletic trainers that will work between now and the 1st of September to put a framework together for what it would look like if we were going to have scrimmages. Everybody's really concerned about, if you're not having games, why would you bring teams in from the outside to have a scrimmage? But we feel like we need to have a framework in place for if that happened, how it would happen and how you would do it to make sure things were safe. So this group is going to put this framework together between now and the 1st of September. Presidents will get together on the 1st of September and decide, depending on what's happening with the virus and what health and safety, kind of tells us at this point in time, whether we should even move forward with scrimmages. You can do inter squad conferences, you could, but that doesn't always prepare your athletes for competition in the spring. And so we're trying to buy ourselves a little bit of time depending on what's happening with the virus, but we'll make a decision on the 1st. And very likely, though, then the practice time, the time frame that we would have for practice, again identified by the national conference, would be from the 15th of September through November 15th. They can have organized practices at that point in time, team and stuff. So I'll keep you posted on that. Again, everything's really kind of a moving target. Kent will talk to.
Dr. Kroll,
Oh yes.
So do we give out scholarships for
Well,
football, for the fall sports?
Yeah, we did it.
Okay.
Some scholarships. They'll come in and they'll condition and they'll
Okay.
still be taking classes and things like that. But there's, obviously there's concern among the conference that if we can't engage them in practice or scrimmages, that they'll head off to Oklahoma or Texas or someplace like that where there maybe aren't quite as many guidelines about the games and stuff like that. So.
Is there, what are other
Well, Ivy League canceled everything.
specific?
Yeah, I can't tell you for sure. There's, I'd have to look and see. I mean, this has all kind of been coming together the last few days of last week and, early this week. So I think people are probably in the process of trying to make decisions. So I'll have to look and see. Yeah.
Patriot League announced today that they did.
Yeah. Kent will, when we get into the work session, and I just had this on my list too, notice a public hearing is scheduled for July 28th, and we'll remind you of that when we get into that. The other thing that I've had the opportunity to do last week and then last night and Wednesday night this week, Susan B. Allen Hospital is in the middle of a search for their next CEO. And Christy Streeter and I were engaged early on in that search with the search consultant to talk about Butler's partnership and relationship with Susan B. Allen and what we felt like were qualities and traits that were needed for the next CEO. That was early on in the process. And so now there's a small group of community leaders that have been invited to some late afternoon, early evening gatherings to meet the 4 candidates that they brought in that are finalists. And so we've had an opportunity to meet after last night 3 of the candidates, and the last one will be here on tomorrow night. And so I've been pleased and proud to be able to represent Butler in those conversations and help those potential CEO candidates understand the importance of the relationship that we have with SBA and the strength of our nursing program and the strength of the college. So, hopefully they'll have a new CEO chosen here before too long. So that's my report. I'd be happy to answer questions if you've got any.
Anybody have any questions of Kim? Okay, I'll go ahead and do the Education Facilities Authority report. We did meet. We paid some bills. We're sending out the bills for the skybox rentals. Feel kind of bad about that since there's really not much for anybody to watch from the skybox, but we did craft a letter taking that into consideration, thanking everybody for their support and continuing to rent the skyboxes during this pandemic time. We approved some maintenance that needed to be done. We renewed a maintenance agreement on the Jumbotron or whatever scoreboard that we have out there. It's probably on its last leg. It's going to have to be replaced in a couple of years, but we managed to get a 2-year maintenance contract on it. But we've got to start looking for some funding or something to try to probably replace that in the very near future. We got a couple of things we need to fix, some drainage issues and things, but they're not anything really big. And We think we can probably handle that through the maintenance budget. Other than that, we're just kind of taking care of a facility that's not being used very much, but we hope that that's going to change pretty soon. Did I miss anything, Doug?
Nope, that covered it. Thank you.
Okay. Monitoring reports. I'm sorry.
Oh, Mary Martha has a question.
Can the BG Stadium apply for, could they have applied for the CARES Act money?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Why? I just wondered because when you have, don't we have three entities in there, or four? Three? Could somebody check on that maybe for the next?
I will.
Okay.
Absolutely.
That would sure be nice.
Maybe with the county money that's available.
Uh-huh.
Except I don't know, because there's not any, well, maybe there is COVID related
Sure.
loss of revenue because
Yeah, we have lost revenue and still have upkeep, so maybe we can justify some.
I hadn't even thought about that, but let me check into that.
Okay. And what's a jumbotron cost these days? Just humor me.
No idea.
Matt Jacobs
do you have any
can
idea?
Probably give you an idea.
Oh.
Okay for now, for another 2 years or so.
Okay.
So, I mean, when we bought it there, it was something for 6 figures, but it's going to be practical.
Wow.
In my understanding.
Uh-huh.
So it's going to be more computers first. And then we actually put
Okay. Thank you.
Mary Martha, I really appreciate you bringing up that stadium. I would have never thought about that.
That's a really
Because
good
it's
idea.
owned by, well, isn't
Three
it
entities.
split up between the county and the city?
City,
School
school,
City,
high
school, and
school
college.
district at the college. Yeah, county's not part of it, but.
As you're having discussion, let me remind everybody.
Oh.
Directly into Microsoft.
Okay.
Surely you can hear me.
I
Thanks,
just got
Laura.
2 text
Keep
messages
reminding
too.
us.
Sorry.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I think it's back to you, Jim, again. Next.
Okay,
next
sorry,
item
it's
on
hard
the
for me to hear some of what's going on there, but the next thing on the agenda is monitoring reports, division report from science, technology, engineering, and math. Is Mel with us to talk about that?
Laura's going to let him in,
Okay.
and Shannon, and they'll provide a little bit of an overview, and then you'll have a little bit of chance to ask a few questions if you need to. Looks like Shannon's there.
There's a green light.
Mine's on too, but I think we may have to just sit right up next to him and talk into him. There's Mel.
Hello. How is everyone?
Good.
Good. Are you ready for me?
Absolutely.
Yes. Go right ahead.
All right. Well, first of all, thanks for the opportunity to talk about the STEM division and our successes this past year. Obviously, with COVID-19, it was a very interesting year, but I have to tell you, the STEM faculty and staff did an extraordinary job in leading our students just through some very tumultuous times this past spring. I can't say enough about our outstanding faculty. They're just phenomenal. They were very swift and creative to adapt to the instruction and get all the students on in a remote learning environment. So I'm not surprised by it. I'm just very, very impressed. So I just want to put that out there. I want you to keep the number 6 in your mind. The reason for that is because in our STEM division alone, we had 6 awards, state and national awards given to our faculty. Robert Carlson, chemistry faculty member, was Butler's Master Teacher of the Year. Jared McGinley Marketing and Entrepreneurship faculty was honored as the Butler Community College nominee for the John and Sue Ann Roche Excellence Award. Danny Anthony, our chemistry faculty, received the Most Outstanding Instructor from the Student Life Awards. And Mark J. with our auto technology program was selected for the Wichita Business Journal Innovation Award and also received the Kansas Council for Workforce Education Excellence in Teaching Award. And then last but not least, Connie Belden, accounting faculty, was recently notified that she will be receiving the Michael and Mary Cook Teacher of the Year Award through the American Accounting Association. This is a huge, huge deal. It's a national award. So out of all of the two-year colleges in the United States, she is the faculty member who's receiving this award. And she will be receiving that in sometime in the second week of August. So again, these are just within the STEM division. I know within Butler, we've got many other outstanding faculty, but I'm very proud of them. In addition to that, we had a couple of students from the livestock judging team who were nominated as All-Americans, and they were first and second on that list. And that's Jacob Jewell and Chad Hibden. You know, a lot of compliments and commendation really go to Taylor Frank as well for keeping them motivated moving forward. It's a lot of work to be on the livestock judging team and to maintain such an outstanding GPA. And then we just found out a few weeks ago that Andre Davis, who served as Butler's PBL Phi Beta Lambda president, was recently elected as the PBL National Vice President of Communications. So we're really proud of Andre. He is transferring to KU, and he had to compete virtually. He had to run a virtual campaign and successfully won over his two competitors. I'm going to shorten up the list I have because I know it's a long night, but I want to say that Lindsay Fields was nominated or selected to serve as key spouse representative for the Communications Flight 184 wing at McConnell Air Force Base. She was selected to attend the inaugural Key Spouse Training Development Conference in Orlando, Florida. And that program offers resources, communications, and support to spouses of deployed military personnel. Lindsay also serves as the director at large of the board of directors for the National Association of Biology Teachers, and she was reelected for a second-year term. We've got 3 faculty who continue to work with NASA. That's Christy Zeman, Adam Anthony, and Danny Mattern. So we're proud of that work that they're doing. We did get the Butler Ag High Tunnel set up finally, and just to remind you, you guys approved that, and thank you for doing that. It's been a great, great deal for students that's allowed them to do some hands-on production, plant science education. They also grew the plants, and from these plants, the crops that they grew rather, they were donated to local food banks within the area. And Taylor Frank continues to serve as a secretary of the Junior College Livestock Judging Coaches Association. We also signed 8 transfer agreements with Wichita State, and most of those were in engineering, and then another one in business administration. On the academy side, we're continuing to work with Dr. Donnie Featherston and his staff in exploring further academy offerings. We did kick off the Culinary Arts Academy in Augusta last year, and we also started a welding academy, and those both will continue on through this academic year. Retirements, as most of you know, Dr. Susan Pfeiffer, math faculty member, Tanya Kirshner, biology faculty, and Karen Wright, business education faculty, all retired this past year. That's a lot of wisdom and knowledge that's leaving Butler. And of course, they will be missed. And for this upcoming academic year, 2021 academic year, the STEM division is going to put much stronger focus on recruitment, relationships, and retention. So it's what I'm calling the 3 R's: recruit, relate, and retain. So we're going to really focus on increasing our scholarship opportunities, our paid internship opportunities, amp up our marketing efforts on the recruitment side, and advertising and market our current university articulation agreements. On the relationship side, we're going to continue to focus on relationships with our high schools, business and industry, universities, and of course our community stakeholders. And then work on creating and strengthening relationships with faculty and staff and students. I really feel that's important, that the faculty and staff have strong relationships with one another, but also with our students, which in turn should help increase our retention efforts. That's our goal. Especially during these times, we really have to focus on retention and bringing these students back for completion of their certificate or degree. Faculty have been doing that. I don't want you to think they're not doing these things. They are doing these things. We're just going to put more of a focus on it this next year. And lastly, we'll continue to research and if needed, deploy new certificate and degree opportunities, which meet the needs of our regional employers, and then continue to seek out and if needed, deploy new high school academy programs. So that is a very quick synopsis of the past year and what we're doing for this next year. Are there any questions?
I don't have a question, Mel, but I want you to know that I did read through your entire report. I should say you and Shannon's entire report. And thank you so much for the information. It's very helpful in understanding how your programs work and where you're at. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, and you're welcome. Shannon, I will just say she's an extraordinary associate dean and played a very key role in all that. So she deserves a lot of credit.
Any other questions for Mel? Comments?
Are you going to go over the whole report you got, or just can we just ask you questions out of what you submitted?
Speak into your microphone.
Hello, this is Trustee Smith. Can you hear me?
Yes. I think you just need to ask us questions if there's specific questions you have. I think that was his presentation. So
yeah.
Okay, I got you. On page 22, it said the marketing seems to be shallow, short-sighted, reactive, and not targeting the correct audience. So how are you going to proceed with your marketing to get more students? I believe that was for information technology.
You said page 22?
Yeah, it's number 5 and then down 2 paragraphs.
Let me go to that real quick.
And I believe on another page, the welding company or the welding program said that, you know, they don't feel that a lot of high schools know that they even exist. So I didn't know what your plans are to, you know, get the word out of what you guys have going.
Well, that's a very good question. I can tell you, we constantly talk about this. We work closely with Kelly Snedden in the marketing department. Kelly and her team have been very key in helping us market our programs. As you might know, we are very short on marketing dollars, and it just costs money to get our programs marketed. We also have faculty who are visiting with the high schools and the high school counselors, which is very important when we're talking about the high schools being aware of our programs. So we are working on those things. We do not, we have a little bit of marketing dollars within our STEM budget that we do spend on various things to market programs. But we also, like I said, we work with Kelly Snedden and her team and putting together marketing plans and doing different things. I know that they are doing the best they can to help market our programs, and our faculty are going out and talking to people, but that's really the best we can do with what we have.
Trustee Shelby, Smith, this is Tom Borrego, and I oversee the marketing department with Kelly Snedden. Just to give Mel a little bit more specific information so you can understand this. There's a marketing budget that exists to assist the college in general, and then there are program marketing dollars for each of the programs that the marketing department works within. So Mel is correct that there's limited dollars there to really kind of be robust. Marketing depends upon the deans and the faculty to work on pushing the information about the programs to their prospective students. So there's that kind of a combination that we do based on kind of the dollars we have.
I know last month we were all kind of contacted by a group of, I'm not sure who they were, but it seemed like they were involved with the welding department. And I was looking on page 28, number 2, under welding technology. In 2019, it said the credit hours were down to 579. I didn't know what we were looking at in 20 and going into 21. Is that kind of turning around? Is that something those companies and individuals could, spread word of mouth to get more students among, businessmen or looking to hire new welders or new talent?
Yeah, and I will say Matt has a very good, very good partnerships with multiple companies within the area, not just in El Dorado, but within the region. And his welding students, his welding program has a very good reputation as well. So we are hoping with the academy options that we have this year, we'll have continued academy, welding academy, which will bring in sophomores, which we had last year. And then we'll have a new class of students coming in this semester from the high schools. So we're hoping that will help our enrollment numbers. We're a bit miffed, quite frankly, as to what's going on there. 2017, the sections quickly filled up. Matter of fact, they filled up within the first 2 weeks. And so we had to throw another section on and find somebody very quickly to fill the gap to teach the other section. So we're really not sure what's happening there, Shelby, but it is on our radar and we are aware of it.
Okay, I appreciate it.
But
and not to monopolize the time, but also on page 33, chemistry at the bottom of number 10. Looking through the article, I know we've got the newly remodeled building in Andover, but it seems like there's quite a few people that are requesting more space or that they don't have enough space. And the chemistry, they're saying each lab needs its own designated space. I think there was a computer program also running that wanted to not have to break their computers down. I just didn't know, are there more areas where we can move these people, or I don't know. It was just curious to me that we've done this big remodel, but there's several departments asking for more room.
We still only have one chemistry lab in Andover. The lab that we added in Andover with the remodel was actually a physics lab because we weren't able to add or provide physics classes in Andover, but we are still limited to one lab for chemistry in the Andover location. So, and to do an organic lab, which is the one that really needs to be a different lab than all of the others, it's a very expensive lab to add. And we don't have a ton of sections, even on the El Dorado campus as it is now, really to justify a second lab dedicated to organic chemistry. So we are trying to utilize a few more spaces with the double lecture space that we have now in Andover. That should help us utilize our lab space a little bit more effectively and efficiently, and possibly add more sections of chemistry in Andover.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from me or Shannon?
Thanks, Mel. Thanks, Shannon.
Yes, thank you. I
Oh,
think,
okay, Mel. Laura says not to leave because you may be part of the culinary arts discussion, right?
yes.
Okay. Shannon can leave though, I guess, huh? Is that what the plan is?
Is that okay if I exit the Zoom actual portion of this?
Sure.
All right.
Thanks, Shannon.
Thank you. Everyone have a good night.
Okay, thank you, Shannon.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Shannon.
Sorry, Mel, you got to hang out for a little bit with us.
It's all right.
Okay, moving on to board strategic discussion. The first one on the agenda is CIMT and MAS. I believe that we were going to just kind of give a general discussion of that and talk about where it's at and how it's made up and what's going on. Dr. Kroll?
Yeah, thank you. We moved this onto the discussion agenda at Shelby's request. Gave us a good opportunity to go back and talk about critical incident management team's been doing. I know there's a lot of questions floating around about the masks, the mandatory masks, and what the policy was and when the policy was approved and all of those kinds of things. Well, it's not a policy. It wasn't a policy that we approved, but let me share with you some of the work, just an overview of some of the work that critical incident management team has been doing. I asked Lori to, maybe be prepared to answer some questions, and I think Shelley Stultz as well maybe is available, but critical incident management team, has been meeting since the middle of March. Those first couple of weeks we met every morning, almost all morning long, because this whole situation with COVID was moving so quickly and was so unknown. And we really had to make some definitive moves to decide what we were going to do about classes and students and everything. And so you guys know the story about, the 2-week time frame and getting classes flipped and everybody teaching and working remotely and online and students settled in and, and going. And so and I think I emailed all of you so that you know who's on that team. It's a comprehensive team that really has a good cross representation of people across campus. We added a few people to the team because when we're dealing with residence hall issues and all of those kinds of things, we needed some other representatives to represent specific areas because we were making decisions or trying to make decisions based on some things that were happening in their areas. And so it's a pretty broad-based team, but really probably after we got folks moved off of campus and kind of got settled into the system of teaching and learning and working remotely and getting used to that whole thing, as the spring wore on, what became apparent then was if we're going to be back in class face to face in the fall, how do we make that happen? A lot of the work that we did initially, we were following the governor's plan with the phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase out, back to work, her Ad Astra plan. And that's a lot of how we were kind of planning based on that. And as the spring wore on, things became obviously more sort of politicized, I guess, and a lot of the decisions started to get pushed down to the county levels or the city levels rather than guidance being statewide coverage. But we started to really work and try to plan for how do we bring folks back to campus in the fall. We're going to open up the buildings and get people back. How do we do that? So a lot of our work over, the last month, 6 weeks, maybe 2 months has been, how do we make that happen? How do we figure out what people to bring back and when? How do we arrange or rearrange offices? Lori and her team, literally, folks, have gone through every single classroom and lab on our campus and figured out a plan for those classrooms and those labs. She and her team divided up the different courses, the different types of classes into 6 different categories and developed plans for what capacity was in those rooms, how you brought them back, you know, how you manage all of this. And so a lot of the time that we've spent, you know, again, over the last few months has been, how do we do this? How do we bring people back into the residence halls? How do we, you know, manage athletics? How do, how do we spread our classes out? For instance, nursing this fall on Thursdays and Fridays is going to meet down in the Clifford Stone Room because that's the only space that we have big enough for that size of class for them to socially distance and spread out. Well, if they're going to be in the Welcome Center, what does that do to everything else? We got to make them go in and out the north doors, use the bathrooms on the north end so they aren't milling around in the foyer and, you know, mingling with the other people that are in the building. So all of those things have been really top of mind for us. We've been paying close attention to CDC guidelines and, you know, what's happened as cases have begun to spike. And, you know, through this then, lots and lots of discussion about what we do about masks. We started out with a strong recommendation or recommendation to wear them. I think one of the first times we came back on campus, we were in that time frame where we were recommending, asking people to wear them. Well, as more and more work's been done on the academic side and on the staff side, people want to be around people that have masks on. Faculty and staff are concerned about folks coming into sitting in their classrooms and being in their offices that don't have masks on. With the change in the increase of virus numbers and cases, became more and more apparent from CDC guidelines that wearing masks, hand washing, social distancing were the best ways to try and prevent. And so critical incident management team, I think I said the end of June, decided that we were at that point where we needed to require masks on campus. If folks are coming onto campus, if they're students, if they're employees, the best way that we can protect ourselves and protect the people around us is to wear a facial covering out of respect for others. We have some folks that are not going to be able to come back to campus because they've got underlying health issues or they have family members. So again, critical incident management team has helped work on with Shelley in HR and Teresa Eastman in Disability Services have worked on a consistent process for how we address those accommodations that people need. We put a consistent plan in place. So if somebody believes that they need accommodations, they start first with Disability Services, and Teresa identifies whether it really meets the guideline of ADA and she needs to work with them, or does she need to send them back to HR so that Shelley and the supervisors work together to figure out how to make this happen. So everybody's situation is different and individual. Facilities folks have been, you know, putting together plexiglass, and we've got signage made. And these are all things that were part of the conversation with critical incident management team over time. The mask was not, we didn't develop a policy. We're asking, it's an emergency situation, kind of an operational procedural decision that we made as a critical incident management team for this campus. It's going to change. It's not going to be permanent, probably. Yeah, hopefully not. But as part of our plan, just as we were preparing classrooms and labs and workspace and deciding, Laura and I deciding how we were coming back to work and what we were going to do in the same space, the mask became part of that conversation. And it was a decision that critical incident management team made as part of our operational work to get back to campus. We know that there's no enforcement or law enforcement behind it because the county hasn't mandated it, the city hasn't mandated it, but we certainly feel like we have a perfect opportunity to require them and ask people to wear them. And when we see folks that don't have them on, encourage them to put one on. We're going to have them available for students and staff when they come in the door. Bill Rinkenbaugh gave an example this morning that there was a mother and daughter coming in to have an appointment in the student services building, and the daughter had a mask on, but the mom didn't. And Bill just politely said to him, oh, you know, we're requiring masks on campus now, and if you don't have one, there'll be one when you get in the building. To, you know, saying this to the mom, the daughter had one on. And she said, oh, that's fine. She said, I'm not going in the building. She said, I'm just walking her, you know, up to the building, and I'm going to go sit in the car. And so that's the way that we plan to approach this. We aren't going to handcuff anybody and drag them off campus or anything like that, but we certainly have plans in place to try and address this positively and proactively and help folks understand that there's a health advantage, we feel like, to having masks. It's a constantly changing thing. I would venture to guess, and Lori and Shelley can kind of step in here as well, but critical incident management team, right now we're meeting twice a week, but we're making decisions every single meeting about something that we need to change or something that we need to do. Lori, why don't you offer a little bit of conversation about the faculty and masks in the classroom and how that's going to be managed?
As Dr. Kroll said, early on in the summer, we were only recommending that individuals wear masks, and I had an overwhelming response from faculty that they really wanted to require students to wear masks in the classroom. In many cases, faculty spend up to 3 hours in a small classroom, and they feel it important that we have a policy that even if the institution stayed with recommended, that the faculty be able to put a policy into their syllabus that could require it in the classroom. So back in June, we crafted a statement to be added to the syllabus template that was reviewed by legal, and we were ready to go so that faculty who opted to require it in their classroom could do that. Later, as Dr. Kroll said, in June, we then moved to the institutional position that we would require them on campus. And so that statement in the syllabus template has already been put into our Canvas shell. And I have had only 2 faculty that I know of aren't real thrilled with having to wear a mask and have stated that they don't want to. But overall, the faculty have been very supportive and would really want us to keep the required language in place. The Dean's Council also worked very hard on the protocols that we have put in place, and wearing the mask is one of the 10 overall protocols that all course formats has listed that the mask would be required. We do understand that there will be situations where students may have a health condition that would prevent them from wearing a mask. And so we're prepared that for faculty to teach remotely or to figure out how to accommodate for those health situations where students might not be able to wear a mask. So as Dr. Kroll said, this is a constant moving target. I think this gives faculty a sense of security that we are trying to keep them safe and their students safe. And, you know, this isn't a permanent protocol that we want to have across the college. It's just during this time of the COVID operations that this is important.
Shelley, thanks, Lori. Shelley, do you want to offer just a little bit of kind of insight into how you and Teresa are working on, like, for instance, if we have a faculty member, same way, that can't wear a face mask, but needs some sort of an accommodation and help our trustees understand what you and Teresa are working on together, will you?
Sure, be happy to. So as we got more involved in the return to work plans by each department, they kind of specified what their protocols would be, particularly those in the classroom, as well as those in office spaces, student services, accounting, accounts payable, all of those different areas, and what we would be doing to help keep them safe. Some of it was plexiglass, certainly signage, face masks, and so on. So we do have some folks that are within a risk group or high risk group, as noted by the CDC, for complications with COVID should they contract it. In addition to that, we have some folks that have daycare issues that are still there because their kids are not in school or their kids' daycare has closed. We have faculty that may be at an advanced age. I don't know about advanced, but they're older. And they also want to feel protected during this time. It is worrisome for them to think about catching this disease. Additionally, others have family members they're caring for, such as an elderly parent, that they have to be cautious about being exposed and possibly spreading that to a family member who maybe has a health condition or is in a high risk group as well. So we came up with a process by which we could identify when an individual, what they should do if they feel that they may not be able to return to campus work. Since we've been working remotely, that hasn't been an issue. No one's really been on campus. So as we began to make those plans, we needed to have a way for folks to identify if they needed to have some kind of work modification or an accommodation. So Teresa Eastman, who is our Director of Disability Services, and myself, in conjunction with some feedback from our CIMT team, worked on a procedure and process to help field those type of requests so that it didn't all kind of get spread throughout and every supervisor was doing something different. We wanted a consistent process so that we could make sure that we were handling it according to the rules, and also for ADA particularly, and also that people were getting a consistent approach to how we are handling our return to work for those folks. So the process right now is that if someone feels that they have a COVID related reason that would prevent them from returning to campus work in person, face to face, or even in their office environment, or they are a custodian, whatever the case may be, wherever their work may have them, they seek out disability services. They either call them or send them an email. We send out a set of forms that we developed for this purpose to understand what their need is and why what they're requesting as a modification or accommodation particularly. And if it is more related to their own personal health condition, that generally is going to be treated by disability services under the ADA qualifications. And then the other ones, she forwards those on to me. And I, visit with the employee about what their need is and really try and understand what their situation is and what types of modifications might be possible for them. Sometimes it's not always just working remotely. Sometimes it may be, if I have one gal that really was having difficulty with the mask situation because she has some asthma and she's highly claustrophobic with something over her face. And so, we talked about what if we use the shield? What if we used one of the shields that, so you can feel more comfortable when you are in public spaces. If you're in your office by yourself, you can take it off. But when you're working with students or you're working with the public, you could wear the face shield. And she felt like that was a workable solution to being able to stay at work and work with, do her job the way she needs to be able to do it. So coming up with those modifications that will work for at least the fall semester. And if it does continue on into the spring, then we'll reevaluate at that time. But we have a lot of people that are truly worried about coming back to work and being exposed to COVID. And they are not willing to risk their health or the health of their fellow or family members by potentially being exposed. And the face masks is one of our protocols that is a safety precaution. It's a safety for our employees and it's a safety precaution for our students and anyone that comes on campus. And that's not our opinion, that's the opinion of the CDC. And that's the opinion of the KDAT. And it's also the opinion of our governor. But I'm not going to get political about it. I'm just saying that is what the science tells us, and that's what we're trying to go by, is what it makes the most sense. And for those folks that really are at risk, that protection is critical to them. So that's kind of the process and the protocol that we put into place for really working with people. I would say right now that between myself and Teresa in Disability Services, we are fielding about 50 requests right now for work modifications due to high risk factors or in a lot of them in my situation are with children and daycare and schools and family members. So do you have any questions about that I could answer?
I know I polled 5 of the 6 Regents universities are requiring masks. Fort Hays State is the only one right now that's just still strongly recommending, I think, but they all have made those decisions on their own campuses. I polled the 18 community colleges besides us, and have heard back from 3, all but 3, sorry. A couple of them are still trying to decide what they're going to do. I think Hutch is still strongly recommending, but reserving the decision for a little bit later on down the road. But the majority of them are doing the same thing. They're requiring them right now. If people are on campus, requiring them for fall, and have identified that decision as an internal operational decision because they know, we all know that it's pretty temporary. It doesn't necessarily need to be a board policy. Because it's not probably going to remain in place for a period of time. And so it was an operational decision that critical incident management team made to manage our day-to-day operational things. So Shelby, what other questions do you have?
My only concern that gave me pause is like, it's last minute. Hey, you're showing up tonight. You have to have a mask on unless you're in a room with the door closed. Then you can take it off. But I assume we're still going to have a student union that's open and people can buy snacks. Masks. Mm-hmm. But we have to eat it at some point.
Well, like
we can social distance. I understand. Yeah. I just like some verbiage that says masks are required. You can social distance to eat. I'm concerned about the foreign students trying to understand their teachers if everyone's masked up, because I'm having a difficult time now. Or for instance, I've got a daughter who's going to take Japanese. It might be extremely difficult to take that type of class if the teacher, I mean, it's going to be a teacher's choice, but if there were some, I would just like some verbiage in there, that some common sense stuff, while we're eating, we won't require masks. We can be 6 feet apart. The thing I received that gave me like the, hey now, was like masks everywhere unless you're in a room by yourself, then no.
That's what it says. That's what it says. But we also understand we have to have some common sense.
No, I understand, but I would like the common sense there as well, so we can say, oh, cool, I understand. No problem.
Well, I think that Great Western Dining's developing the dining room protocols based on their corporate expectations, along with our folks. They're working on that. I think Lori and Shelley, for those faculty members that are in those specific kinds of classes, that's the situation where they're reaching out to Lori or their deans or Shelley to solve that problem.
Right.
So, I don't think there are things that are necessarily being ignored. Or
no, I know it's a difficult situation. I was just wanting a little more,
yeah,
like wiggle room in our verbiage, so we know that, hey, there's some cases where you need to go to the bathroom, or you're.
Shelby, can I address your concern?
I have one more thing, just as a board member, I'd kind of like to be involved in some of these conversations when it's something like this massive that affects all the community, and the community's like, hey, what's going on? You're like, I don't know. I've never heard of CIMT till yesterday. And then just maybe a little bit of inclusion.
I have continued to give you updates kind of all along and have tried to help you understand the critical incident management teams. We've been on top of this since March, and so I realize that there probably are questions in the community sometimes.
Well, it's just the verbiage I got yesterday gave me pause. That's why.
Are you looking for more board participation?
No, I just would have liked to have known what was going on before I got that email, I guess.
So can I ask you, Shelby? Shelby, can I ask you, was that a slam then?
Which one?
That the mask that you wore here tonight?
I don't want to get into a Corona talk at a board meeting, because we'll all have our own opinion.
Just asking.
I'm required to. I've not worn a mask in public anywhere because I wear a mask 25, 30 hours a week that stops me from getting cancer, supposedly. It gets through that N95 mask. It gets in my nose, it gets in my eyes. Putting a t-shirt over our face is not going to stop a virus, us being in public. No gloves, no covering of our eyes. If this was truly a pandemic where all our lungs melted and we died, we would not approach it this way. So it's not a slam, it's me meeting the requirement of having a facial covering. I'm not wearing it now because I'm 6 feet away. If I go near any of you all, I will put it on. I pre-held my hands when I got here. I want to be here and participate, but
And we want you here. Yeah.
that's my compromise. I can't, it's just my personality. I've got a lace doily that I could wear instead that covers a little more. But
Well, I took it as a slam to us.
I'm not slamming anyone.
You know,
I'm
you
doing
should
me.
have
I'm compromising as much as I can with my values.
Shelby, you should have respect because I'm wearing the mask and I'm not wearing it right now, but I wear the mask to protect you.
But you're not wearing it right now.
No, I have trouble breathing, but that's okay. I put it back on whenever I need to. But maybe you should show the public what your mask looks like. I mean, netting is.
It's 2 pieces of tule cloth. If you guys would like to see it, or I could show you my piece of lace. We as the county commissioners in Butler County said we are not required to wear masks as a county.
Yeah.
The governor did though.
The governor's not in charge of our county. She's not in charge of our city.
And
But as an institution, we have the right to mandate what happens. You guys have that right, period.
Yeah.
The libraries can do it. The stores can do it. If you don't want to do it, I haven't gone to Costco in 3 months. That's my choice.
Yeah.
I go to Walmart. I go to Lowe's.
And
It's just my personal choice.
We talked to Ray, we talked to Ray about this beforehand, about just the very thing. If the governor, if the governor's executive order is rescinded by the county and the city doesn't, put a mask mandate in place, we still do it. He said, yeah, you can. I mean, again, you have to approach it from the standpoint that we're going to manage it the best we can. We know that there's no fine that goes along with it. We aren't arresting anybody.
Yeah, I don't run into Costco and go, ugh.
Yeah.
I don't go there at all. It's like, that's their decision. I respect it. That's your business.
Yeah. But we
No
made
problem.
it was important that we make that as an operational decision. Critical incident management team was managing this situation from the very beginning, fluid situation, trying to figure out how we get people back to campus and how we manage, things going forward. And so it's an operational decision. It's a day-to-day operational decision that the administration.
Yeah, and the
needed
college
to
has
make
that right
with-
to set
yeah,
that policy.
with critical
So-
incident management, because they're the
But
ones.
I was going to take
So-
Russian 2 this semester for fun because my Russian's terribly rusty. But my ears are terrible. I could not understand a professor talking in Russian right now in any way.
I think Lori's got
Shelby?
So, I'm sorry.
I would like to say that part of the protocols that we put in place was that discipline-specific protocols could also be developed, and we worked with the leads and chairs. Particularly in some departments or disciplines, we will have to make modifications to wearing a mask. The foreign language department specifically asked, particularly for instructors, to have the face shields. And we've requested and ordered some face shields because it's important to see how the mouth forms the words, and for a student to see that. The welding department, they can't wear a mask, they've got a helmet on. The instrumental department has written some protocols for students while they're playing instruments, and we're having to make modifications to how the band room is set up. So those protocols were set at a discipline level because they only really apply to that discipline. So I agree with you. If you're interested in taking a foreign language, you will probably see something a little bit different in that classroom than you would, for example, in an English classroom or a college algebra classroom, because we recognize.
That was my only concern, is that we have a little bit of verbiage along those lines of like, hey, we will make exceptions for this and that. We want to work with everybody. We want to protect everyone. We will have to have some wiggle room somewhere, some sort of verbiage where people, come in here to sign up for classes would understand like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Like, I'll go ahead and sign up for Japanese or be in band.
Well, the faculty have put those protocols together. I have sent those out to all faculty. Those situations will be communicated to students through the syllabus and through the communications that faculty have as the semester starts, so that students can be aware and understand how they're going to operate. So I think it gets confusing if you have 10 different modifications to the general public. Well, does this one apply? Does that one apply? They just, I think it gets confusing if you put too much in a general policy statement or protocol.
So the Kansas Department of Education came out today that they're recommending that we all wash our hands every hour on the hour. So I've been telling the teachers that I have, if you're in the middle of circle time or instructing a lesson, and it's that moment of teaching, don't stop your class and go, everybody, it's time to go wash hands. We wash hands as a recommendation, hopefully close to every 60 minutes. But we take it as common sense and do what we can when we can.
I know if I were a student, I would probably, they may not be able to speak into your microphone. If I were a student, I would probably want to know, if I was signing up, especially for a foreign language, how that was going to be taught. There's many classes that I took in college from the different institutions and the different faculties that it would have been impossible for me to learn anything from an instructor with a mask. So I hope the students are being told this when they enroll, before they pay their money. These are the conditions for that class. These are the conditions for that class.
I will also echo.
It would affect my decision.
And Julie, I would also echo, I wish every instructor had no facial hair, because it's hard for a student who has a learning, hearing, speech problem to understand a person with any facial hair. Amen.
Or any kind of a accent.
So does this help the?
Oh yeah,
understanding?
I'm not,
Okay.
I would just like, slight clarification. It just came across kind of draconian, like, boom, here it is.
Okay.
Just like this with caveat, contact your professor, contact your dean, contact your department
Yeah.
for exceptions or for more detail, something along those lines.
And they're embedded in there. And I think advising and admissions know those. They have access to that information as well. So I think we're doing a good job of informing students and getting some of those specific guidelines out to them. Again, it's a moving target, and we're continuing to change that messaging as we need to, and change as the environment tells us that we need to change. So between now and the start of classes, we may be doing something completely different.
Do you think, Dr. Kroll, that there's any chance that we'll actually drop you? And what do you hear from the feedback of students because of the mask?
Oh, I don't think the mask is going to impact enrollment. I think the enrollment impact is going to come from financial concerns and just the uncertainty of whether people are going to be safe, what's going to happen with the virus and stuff like that. So I don't think anybody's heard any concern about masks at this point in time in enrollment. Bill's shaking his head, Lori's shaking her head. So,
Dr. Kroll, is there a plan to be either soliciting or receptive of feedback? Probably I'd say soliciting, because students oftentimes don't feel comfortable coming forward to get feedback from students of how the masks are impacting their learning. I mean, I don't know that all faculty appreciate that the way they teach into a mask is having a problem on the students. And I know from having kids that were students, there's a tension in complaining about something that's going on in your classroom while you're in the classroom.
we can do that. Lori, let's add that to our list, and we can certainly do that. So thanks for that suggestion. So, I don't know, are any other questions about it?
No, but I do want to state that Butler County Commissioners did go ahead and reinstate the emergency order today.
Oh, they did?
Mm-hmm.
So what is that? So what all does that mean then?
Wearing your mask.
Wearing the mask? Okay.
social distancing.
Okay.
So
When
I
did they
didn't
do
realize
that?
they were meeting again.
I have it on Facebook as of,
Well, they had an off meeting last week. Is that the one you're talking about?
no, this was like
Today.
2 hours ago.
Oh, okay.
That would have been today.
Okay, well, thanks for the input, everybody. Appreciate it. We'll keep you posted and updated. And like I said, first day of class on August 10th, maybe a whole different deal. So,
Kim, I just have one comment, and I don't know how many people do this. As a trustee, I've always gone regularly to the Butler County's website, and I mean, this was talked about way back in March when the team was first put together and what they were going to do, and it's regularly updated, and it encourages its readers, including students, to regularly check and see what's going on. But there's a plethora of information on the Butler County Community College website talking about COVID and making references to resources. And it's a great resource. It's all out there. It's been there since March. So I would encourage my fellow trustees to periodically go and look at what's on our actual website, because there's a lot of really good information on there. It's always been helpful to me, and I learn a lot of things from it, and I'm not a student, but I would encourage everyone to do that. So is there anything else we need to discuss on CIMT and Mass?
No.
Okay, let's move on to the Culinary Arts Program. Kim, are you going to take care of that?
okay. Yep, I'll just give you an update. And again, Shelby, I think, was the one that raised this question as well. And mainly after the article that was in the Eagle, whenever that was, a month or so ago, you have a little bit of, just kind of a brief history of culinary arts and hospitality management in the board book. Our programs are well-established, signature programs, and have been essentially in the Wichita area since their inception. When the program was started, it was the only one. Culinary Arts and Hospitality Management was really the only two-year program at that point in time. And really early on, we started to have conversations with Wichita School of Business about trying to develop some sort of an articulation agreement between our program and their four-year program for transfer. And those conversations happened and everything, but over time, and especially after Dr. Bardo got to Wichita State, there were the conversations kind of got ramped up, I think, because the Kansas Hotel and Restaurant Association got really actively involved. We've got a number of those folks on our advisory committee, and they serve on other committees around the area, but they're huge supporters of our program and have been from the very beginning, both just in conversation and curriculum development, but financially as well. They're huge financial supporters of the program in a lot of different ways. And so in 2018, I think I put in your board book here, they sent a letter to the Board of Regents requesting that there be one partnered program of excellence. They didn't want to have WSU have a program, a WSU Tech have a program, a Butler have a program. They wanted a partnered program of excellence so that there would be a center of excellence for this region related to culinary arts and hospitality management. And so that's really when we started to get more actively engaged in conversations with WSU and then WSU Tech as well. And so it was kind of that beginning of that true concept. Kind of about that same time, we were approached by a group of private investors that were interested in purchasing the old Topeka Firehouse building and renovating that for us and moving our program into that space. Lots of private dollars that were going to go into it. We're in the Boston Rec Center at this point in time. That's over on Zimmerly, and it's a city facility, but we've outgrown that space. There's no room in that space to grow. It's small. We use it pretty strategically, but it doesn't allow any space for that program to grow. And so they had approached us about, if they could secure this space in the Topeka Firehouse. They wanted us to move into that renovated space. Because we're in Wichita State and Wichita State's Wichita State Tech's service area, they sign off on our ability to be there and to teach our culinary and hospitality management classes. And they did not want us to move from the Boston Rec. They didn't want us to move downtown. And so WSU really put a stop to that process pretty quickly. It was pretty public. It was in the newspapers, pretty public that they were not in favor of us moving into that space. That area was beginning, kind of in the beginning stages of revitalization downtown and really starting to develop a lot of synergy and energy. They just were not in favor. And because they approve our classes and where we can teach them, we had to abide by that. But that didn't send us away necessarily from the table. It continued. We continued to sit down around the table and try and have those sessions with them and figure out how we can, make this happen. And so, as the revitalization of downtown has continued, lots of private investment, lots of private dollars that are going into it, and the woman who, her name is Sudha Topola, purchased some of the buildings downtown. She purchased the building that's going to house the new DO school, and she purchased the building, the old Henry building that's across the street from that, with the idea that she would renovate it into a culinary space for culinary and hospitality management program, and some retail space, some open restaurant space, kind of a food plaza down below. I think it's 3 stories maybe, and then rooftop where there could be events, things like that. And so again, we're part of those conversations with WSU Tech about really a partnered program. WSU kind of had stepped out of the picture by then, and it was really more WSU Tech that was driving the conversation. Really engaged with, especially with the woman that's doing the development of that property down there. And so through those discussions, if we were going to have a partnered program, we really wanted to keep the culinary side of our program, because it's the strongest enrollment. It's really probably the most visible part of that culinary and hospitality management or hotel management piece. So we said we want to keep that culinary part. Lots and lots of students in ProStart programs at the high school level in culinary, interested in culinary, and lots of opportunities for them to, potentially come into our program. WSU Tech was interested in developing a hotel management and event planning certificate and degree program. And so just recently, that was all approved by the Board of Regents, Technical Education Authority first, and then on to the Board of Regents really kind of for the final approval. And that again initiated an article in the Eagle. The gentleman that wrote the article really was part of some of that conversation and article that was in the Eagle when the Topeka Firehouse thing was in the public view. And so he's the one that initiated this article again. And when he wrote to us for comments, we talked about the idea that we wanted a partnered program of excellence. We had submitted comments to the Board of Regents at that time because of COVID that we didn't think it made sense for them to approve a second program at this point in time, but to wait because of the impact on the industry. But they went ahead and approved it, and approved the language that we would continue to teach the culinary arts part of it. And so we're continuing to have conversations with WSU Tech. They have offered a draft sublease for us that Ray has looked at, but there's a lot of information that we still need related to that. We don't have with them a complete business plan put together, but we know that their technical programs, they charge differential tuition depending upon the program. And so if we're going to be partnered with them, we would do the same thing. We would probably charge the same kind of level of tuition that they charge so that they're, so that they're similar. We're talking about those kinds of things. And so nothing is set in stone by any means, but we really believe that because of the strength of the program that we have in place, because it's been established for a significant period of time and it's got great name recognition and people identify it, and they do a good community work as well as, put out great graduates for the industry. We think that there's a very public and tremendous opportunity to show folks that there's a partnership here. People continue to talk about wanting to share resources and partner with each other to create efficiencies and things like that. And the goal would be to potentially create a Midwest Center of Culinary and Hospitality Excellence, or Hotel Management Excellence, or something like that. So I just want to give you a little bit of an update that we're continuing those conversations. I'll have hopefully next month more information for you to give you an idea of where we're at a little bit further down the road. But this would be an opportunity for our discussions, we feel like, to continue to be able to serve folks with an outstanding culinary program. The dream is that they would be able to attract and recruit more students from the I-35 corridor. We can identify that Wichita is a center of excellence for culinary and hotel management and hospitality, degree opportunities. So that's kind of where we're at with that. I don't know, Lori and Mel, advisory committee folks are, again, involved in the conversations and really feel like if there are multiple programs, you diminish the success and the opportunity for all of those programs. There's better opportunity if we have one partnered program that serves students and serves the area and the industry, because it creates strength when you partner together. So Lori and Mel, did you have some other things that you want to add to this brief discussion, I guess?
I think you did a very good job with the historical or the last several years of what's transpired. I guess my number one concern is that COVID has impacted this industry significantly, and there'll be some period of time for that industry to recover, which could potentially impact our enrollments. It just depend on how long we stay in COVID operations.
Yeah, Julie, go ahead.
I was just wondering, Lori, if you could just tell us, is there some kind of a timeline to the agreement with WSU? You have any clue? Maybe 2020, 2021?
I can help with that, unless Lori wants to.
I was going to say, we haven't entered a formal agreement at this point. We're still having conversations and working through the various aspects of that.
I think originally, the thought was wanted to try and, have something launched sometime in 2021. But certainly my last conversation with Sherry Utash, who's the WSU Tech president, she said, everything's really unknown at this point in time. We don't, we just don't know what's going to happen. And, they aren't, she said, we aren't in a position where we're signing anything, like this month or
The
next
building's
month.
not remodeled yet, is it?
They're in the process. I haven't been in it for quite a while, but have you helped with some of it?
No. But the lady that's financing it, it'll be her building and we just lease it. It's not another, we're not going to share costs with WSU to renovate.
No, she's doing all the renovation.
It'll
She's
be her.
doing the renovation. It would be there would be a there would be a split in the lease costs and some operational costs and stuff like that. So.
And my son is in this program, my oldest son. He loves it.
Oh, good.
So.
Has he been at my house cooking or anything yet?
I don't
He
know.
hasn't yet.
I haven't heard. Mason
Well,
Smith.
Christmas time, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
My address.
It was, yeah. Well, we're trying to get there. Part of what we don't have access to yet, what Ray doesn't have access to, is that base is the base lease. We've seen the sublease, which would be between WSU Tech and Butler, but we haven't seen the lease that will happen between property owner and WSU or WSU Tech, and that's what we're waiting on to look at before we can move forward. So anyway, we're just continuing conversations, but I just wanted you to know about it.
I assume a lot of our 2-year students go to Wichita State anyway afterwards.
Well,
I mean, not culinary, but I mean just in general.
A lot of the students and Mel and Lori can help with this, but a lot of the students that are in this degree program go directly into the industry to work.
Okay.
Some of them transfer on, and WSU does WSU have a 4-year program in hospitality?
No, they do not.
These students, if they were going to do a 4-year degree, they would transfer into WSU's.
I guess just in general, if we can work together on this, perhaps.
Oh, yeah.
We could work a little more together. Like, hey, buddy, we're sending more kids your way for the final 2 years.
Well, we're WSU's largest transfer institution.
Yeah. That's what I did. Like
We send about 500 students every fall to WSU and transfer through our agreement with them. So we're a great partner with them. And so
couldn't hurt.
Yeah, just wanted to give you a little bit of an update. Mel, I don't know, do you have anything else to add at all?
No, you did a great job adding all the information, and obviously it's very frustrating for us when we have such an extraordinary program and faculty that this is happening, but we'll move forward and make the best of it. So yeah, good job.
Yeah, I think it's just an opportunity, hopefully, for us, if we can figure out the details, to create a really strong partnership. So I'll keep you posted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I might just add one thing, Kim, for the people that are all new to the board, that we had discussions about this a while back when WSU first approached us, and we looked at the cost effectiveness of trying to expand our program locally, even with the help of the community that were willing to contribute some things. And the numbers just wouldn't work. It was too expensive. So if this is a viable option, it's a good option. So we did look at whether or not it'd be something we could even do. And it just didn't pan out. It just didn't look like the numbers would crunch and work out right. But the board did give that some consideration in the past. If you recall that or not, Kim.
Thanks, I do, yes.
Okay, well, no other questions on the culinary arts program. We'll move on to the next agenda item, which is an insurance update. Kent, you can help us on that?
Yeah, this is just an information item. We wanted to close the loop with you. I know you remember last month we needed to go ahead and get authorization so that we could approve all these policies by July 1. And we knew that the premium and the deductible was not going to be something that we really liked. And so you can see from the report, our premiums are actually going up $389,000. And we have a maximum out of pocket of about $1.8 million if you combine the educational buildings and the residence hall. It would be very unlikely that we would get to that point because of the different locations of all the buildings. So, Ryan at ICI worked extremely hard to get it to this point. We do know that it could have been worse, and some of the other colleges who are still in the MEC program got notification late. They ended up having to accept a 5% deductible, which if we had a 5% deductible, it would be a maximum of about $7 million. And we had to buy down from there. So it's a tough market right now. You know, we're in Tornado Alley. The insurance companies are probably making a correction. They were probably undervaluing the policies for quite some time. So this is where we are. And again, we just wanted to close the loop with you, see if there's any questions.
Any questions?
My only
for Ken?
question or comment is it seems this amount of insurance every year is going to be hard to sustain. But, and it's not going to not go up in the future either.
Yeah. Sort of a given.
Yeah. I guess my only question was on the following page. There's a wind hail buy down of 242,000 and change. Last March or so, you guys talked about that as a board, maybe June, and they were kind of not. You guys didn't vote for it back then. Is that $242,000 in the premium to buy down our costs if there's a claim?
Where are you, Shelby?
Sorry, it's just the page 47 in the 2021 and go down to just below included and brokerage fee. It says wind and hail buy down. Lloyd's of London, last year NA and this year 242 grand.
Yeah, that actually brought our deductible down from $1 million or from 3 million to $1.5 million. And we did go ahead and do that.
So we're spending $250,000 to save 1.5 if something happens, or save 1.25, I guess.
Right.
Sounds like it.
Okay. And what's the broker fee? It says last year's 14 grand, this year's included. Is it just a percentage of the total?
Yeah.
I'm sure the broker fee went up the other 72% like our premium. Would that be a safe bet?
I can't answer that succinctly. MEC made us split it out separately, so I can't tell you exactly.
Somewhere in there. Okay. I would be curious just to know what that is. Just
okay, I can try and run that down.
Brian, what that was.
Okay.
If it's just based on the total, I imagine that's what it is. But
I will ask him.
And I did have one other question I didn't understand on page, you go 2 pages farther and it says property and casualty insurance renewal. And at the bottom, there's cyber liability. It says revenue of 28 million. And then there's next to that's 51 million. And it's an 82.14% increase. And I don't know, what does that pertain to? Because that's at the bottom, it's our last year's premium versus this year's premium. And I just don't know what the revenue means on there.
Trying to look in the above columns for the increases that I'm not identifying.
Sorry, if you go the page we're just talking about with included and go two pages on.
Yeah, I see it.
It's the next to last page, sorry. And at the bottom it says builder's risk annual premium is $71,000 or $7,172.
Oh, is that what you're asking about, the builder's risk, or are you asking about?
I don't understand what the revenue means. And then we've got the total at the bottom, which is our increase. I don't know what it means when it says revenue. No, I know I've got an experience mod up top.
Yeah, the cyber liability heading can't.
Yeah. I think they just cover, well, I'll need to ask Ryan that.
Okay. Yeah. I don't understand. So I was curious.
Yeah. I'll follow up on that for you.
Okay. Thank you.
How much is our cyber liability? What's the amount there?
The premium?
No, what's it cover us up to? How many million?
Says 2 million.
2 million.
2 million.
Think that's enough?
Sure, until we need
Depends on the
more.
situation.
I know, because look what happened to Butler County. Just scary.
Well, certainly something that we can review between now
Yeah.
and next year. So,
2 million is going to be pocket change one of these days, you
Yep.
know it.
it is.
Too.
Other questions?
Anybody
on-
else? I'm sorry. Anybody else have any questions for Kent on this subject? Okay, we'll move on to the board action items. First one being, Kim, do you want to take up the issues that Trustee Smith raised first, or do you want to put those at the bottom?
We can, why don't we just stick them at the bottom if that's okay? Is that all right?
That's
Shelby?
fine.
Yeah, I think it was for the consent stuff.
Okay, yeah,
And they're
Okay.
only just a quick question.
okay.
All right. That being said, we'll move on to the first one, affirmation of the ACCT standards of good practice. Kim?
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Jim. This is something that we typically do at the beginning of every, the start of every new academic year and fiscal years, go back and as a member of the Association of Community College Trustees organization, we just go back and look at the standards of good practice and reaffirm those at the beginning of each fiscal year. And so, you know, if you flip to page 52 and look at these, and typically what I do is just read them and then we'll have a motion to hopefully to reaffirm them and support them. Association of Community College Trustees Standards of Good Practice. In support of effective community college governance, the board believes that it derives its authority from the community and that it must always act as an advocate on behalf of the entire community, that it must clearly define and articulate its role, that it's responsible for creating and maintaining a spirit of true cooperation and a mutually supportive relationship with its CEO.
What's CBO mean?
I think it's CEO. It's just the way it typed.
Oh, that makes much more sense.
Yeah. I don't know what the CBO is, but I
don't
think
know.
it's supposed to be CEO. Just the letters kind of ran together. That it always strives to differentiate between external and internal processes in the exercise of its authority. That its trustee members should engage in a regular and ongoing process of in-service training and continuous improvement. That its trustee members come to each meeting prepared and ready to debate issues fully and openly. That its trustee members vote their conscience and support the decision or policy made. That its behavior and that of its members exemplify ethical behavior and conduct that is above reproach. That it endeavors to remain always accountable to the community. That it honestly debates the issues affecting its community and speaks with one voice once a decision or policy is made. And so those standards have been in place for a long time. And I think it's, again, a great opportunity and importance for us to look at those each year and reaffirm them as a board of trustees. So I would
Before we motion, it says we're supposed to review and discuss it. I would like to maybe discuss before we, affirm it. I would like to engage more in ongoing process of in-service training and continuous improvement in the future. Like, hey, we need to do some more of that, not just affirm that it's.
I got it written down.
Right. But I actually want to say, hey, we're not quite doing enough of that. We need to do more.
Okay, I would agree. We will do that.
So.
Sounds good.
Good. Okay.
So I move we adopt the standards of good practice as presented.
Third.
Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. We have
Thanks, everyone.
agreed to reaffirm and support standards of good practice. Next board action item is KBORI Year 3 Performance Report. Ori?
So everyone in your board book on page 53 is the performance agreement. We have 6 indicators that we have been tracking over the last, 5-6 years. please note that this year we achieved 4 of the 6 indicators in a positive direction. One that we did not miss, we only missed by 2 students, which is almost more painful than if we just have missed it by a mile. And then the last item that we didn't meet was indicator number 4. And we kind of anticipated that we probably wouldn't hit the mark on that, but we expanded. We are utilizing multiple measures now to place students into the ALP pair of courses, as well as allowing some students that place a little lower on their reading levels. So I know you've had the document. I'd be happy to answer questions. ESOM does a great job of crunching the numbers here and pulling this all together. And then we submit this to KBOR for their review. And I don't anticipate they'll have any questions either. It's pretty straightforward. So, questions?
Lori, I have a question. What did you say about reading?
On the indicator number 4, which is the percentage of accelerated learning program students who pass both the co-requisite, the developmental English, and the English Comp 1 class, we have adjusted placement into the pair of courses to include some students that score a little lower on reading than what we had in previous years. And Susan Bradley shared with us that about 50% of those students that score a little lower on reading are actually being successful in the ALP arrangement.
So Lori, would it be safe to say that you might see another decrease next year due to?
Well, it might stabilize since we've expanded it a little bit. And, we added multiple measures, which means we look at high school GPA, how they did in their high school specific courses. Having multiple measures available has been very helpful as we've continued enrollment with COVID operations because of proctoring exams and placement exams and that kind of thing. So I will suspect that maybe it'll be a little lower less next year, or it could even just stabilize. It's going to be kind of hard to tell. I would suspect that we'll have more students that utilize the multiple measures because of COVID operations for this next year. And I guess, well, that won't happen. Yeah, that'll be academic year 20. So,
I hope you're right that it does stabilize, but I really think as educators, we are going to see a drop in this in the next 5 years. I think it will continually drop. I think what our students have missed out from kindergarten through college is going to show up in scores like this in the next 5 years. I think we just need to be cognizant of that fact that it's not a blame on anyone. It's just these kids have not been in school.
I would agree. And I think a number of years ago, we saw that drop in the math success rates. That was one of the reasons that we redesigned our math curriculum up through college algebra, was to let students get the modules they need to be successful in college algebra. And you can see we've moved the needle on the college algebra successes. And I think that's because of our redesign of our curriculum.
Lori, on number 5, what was going on in 2014 that the numbers that year seem to be, at least from my perspective, substantially higher than what they've been really since? Was there something that we can tie that success to?
Well, we've lost some enrollments. Our enrollment has gone down over those years. ESOM, I don't know if you have combed through the data from 14. You may not remember it.
Enrollment has gone down, and that's a great question, especially when you look at one of the other places where we have not quite met the target, which is the STEM credentials. All these are numbers which are actual numbers; they're not percentages. And when you look back look at in the context of overall enrollment, it certainly starts looking pretty good. For example, if we go back when this agreement was put together in the 2014 and 15, our overall unduplicated enrollment was in the 13,000s, 13,300, 13,400. Today in academic 19, we are looking at barely a little over 12,000 unduplicated enrollment. So within that context, yes, we look pretty good, but since the agreement was on actual numbers, sometimes we do miss the target. And something which Trustee Good mentioned earlier, against the backdrop of all of this is the fact that overall our enrollment, just the enrollment market has stabilized, even somewhat stagnated. And it is possible we'll see some of these numbers be in a little bit of a flux more than we expected.
Did you get your question answered? I'm just wondering if these scores were based on the entry tests that they take.
Speak into your microphone.
Are these scores, these percentages based on the entry test that they have to take to see if they have to have any remedial classes?
I'm not sure I heard everything, Julie, but
Not working?
I don't know. It's just really hard to hear.
Voice was
Pull your mic down closer to your mouth. There you go.
Nobody's ever had a hard time hearing me. So
Well, I'm sorry.
anyway, the 53.47%, I was just wondering, is that based on, is that the pre-qual test that you have to take
No,
to see
that's-
whether there's remedial to be done before they can take regular classes like English 101?
No, that 53% number is the number of students that were successful in the ALP format. The ALP format is not where the fundamentals of English is a prereq, it is a co-req.
Okay.
So they take that at the same time. That creates some scheduling challenges for us, but they take that at the same time they're in English comp, and we pair the sections so they're actually with the same instructor for both courses. So that instructor in the English comp, they can go back into the fundamentals class and really work on what that student needs help with. And that's why the numbers have gotten, well, we're getting better until we introduced multiple measures and then lowered the reading score.
Okay.
But we may need to look at that reading score and bump it back up. I mean, we're trying to serve more students and get them out of the remediation, as you refer to, a little quicker. And so there's not an exact science because it's really hard to capture a student's motivation just by looking at test scores or where they place.
Right. I just wondered, do you guys keep any data? And he's the DBA, right?
He's
The
our
certified.
He's our associate DPO. Yeah,
Okay.
Institutional research. So
I was just wondering these statistics. Do you have them by high school? Now, I'm not saying I want you to publish it because you probably, I don't know if that would be good either, but I'm wondering what the scores are for Rose Hill versus Augusta, where you're finding more placements or less placements.
Julie, I have those scores. It's on KSDE.
Oh, okay, great.
On every school in Kansas. It'll give you the reading
The
score.
the remedial by high school, that when they go to Butler?
No, but it'll give you the reading score that they do for national testing. It'll give you the graduation rate. It'll give you the ACT score, which all is factored in there. Am I right, Isam? I mean, that's all factored into that score.
Okay.
ASD does have most of that information. But actual question, what if the question is that are we keeping scores of students who are coming in who we are testing? at the level of their high schools, I cannot answer that. I don't know that for sure. We'll have to look at that's something we may have to check with some of our deans. KSD does have good information as to, on an aggregate level, what each of the schools leaving class does when it comes to these subjects.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
No other questions? Do I have a motion?
Just to accept the report, what's the motion?
You have to accept we have to show in
Oh,
our
yeah, yeah,
minutes that you have accepted the report so we can send it on to the Board of Regents.
Okay, so I move we accept the report as presented.
Second. Give it to Forrest.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. The action, the recommendation for approving the report and transmitting it on to Kansas Board of Regents. Approved. We now move on to sports accident and catastrophic policies. Who do we have on that one? Is it Todd or is it Bill?
I can speak to it if you want me to.
Sure, somebody.
I don't think TC's on, is he, Bill? No, he's muted. Okay.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. You want to talk about this or you want me to?
I'm fine letting you talk about it.
Oh, well, thanks. Okay. So this is just typically what we do is have our sports accident policy ends up being a little bit separate from the other insurance policies that come through. This is the basic coverage for all of the policy, for all of the sports, for accident and catastrophic sports accident as well. And you can see this year, for all the sports, it's $149,296, and catastrophic is $26,981. So the cost for this coming year is $176,377. That's couple thousand, 7,000. I added this up the other night and I don't even know what it is now, but about $7,000 difference between last year and this year. This really came due, renewal date was July 1st. And so we've got it on the agenda now because it needs to be approved. But I was asking TC and he had asked Ryan, will the dollar amounts change if there's a change in the sports seasons? And Ryan wasn't sure. I don't know that the industry had decided that yet for sure, but I think it's important that we go ahead and approve this at this amount, knowing that, maybe there may be a little bit of a reduction depending upon what happens with fall and spring sports. So
Just one question on that before we do. It says football in the fall, 90, football in the spring, 100. Are we kind of being charged per season? Or I assume we don't have 190 football players.
Between the two, well, Bill can help with that. So between freshmen and sophomore football players, we don't have 190 kids, do we?
No, but what you will have is at the end of the fall semester, those that graduate in December and leave the program, and then in January we have a number of students that transfer in to the program. But I don't believe it gets up to 190 total because we don't turn over 100 kids.
It just seemed really high. Like track and field, outdoor and indoor, I assume some of those kids double dip and do both.
They do.
Right.
Yeah. And they'll
like the distance runners will run cross country, and then they'll also be the distance runners in track in the spring.
Yeah, I was just curious how they make a big deal as a total students. Is that what they base their premiums on, or not really? That's just a number that we're using to know who's covered.
I think it's more to know who's covered.
Yeah. Other questions about that?
I will say that typically at the end of the year, a lot of these insurance companies will audit. And if there's been something that, occurs that prevents really for the need to have the coverage, they'll do some refunds on these policies. So hopefully this company is one of those that does that. So maybe we'll get a little bit of premium back after they audit for the lack of the sports going forward. But anyway, any other questions about that? If not, do I have a motion to approve to pay the athletic insurance and catastrophic insurance from the athletic budget in the amount of $176,377 for the 2020-21 academic year?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Payments approved. We now move on to the early retirement policy revision.
Keep going.
I guess if people need to take a break, they can get up and go take a break, right?
Sorry, I was muted. So last month, Dr. Kroll brought forward a policy in my absence on the early retirement incentive, and our recommendation for changes to that in an effort to try and curb our rising healthcare costs every year as they go up. The policy that you had before you showed you the insurance payments that we've made over the last 5 years and how they've risen and the number of individuals receiving those benefits. Part of that discussion was to kind of enlighten you about this program, but also to make some recommendations for changing it somewhat to eliminate the college contribution towards a family or employee plus one plan in this program. So currently when an employee retires, whatever health plan that they are on, the college continues to pay their portion, our portion of the premium or the full portion of the premium for the retiree until age 65. Once they turn 65, their spouse and or children, if being covered, can stay on the plan. So those costs are quite a bit higher for the family and employee plus one than they are for a single coverage plan. So we were proposing to allow the early retirement for the insurance of the retiree only. And the college would pay the cost for that single coverage. If they elected to cover their spouse and child, they would have to pay the balance of that premium on their own. So I gave you some statistics, and some of the things that I started looking at were the possibilities of numbers of retirees in the future. And just for next year, you could see from our grid that there are 38 potential folks that could elect into our early retirement program. And that's pretty indicative, and each year it gets a little bit more. A few more people become eligible to participate. And so those costs could continue to escalate to be double what they are in 5 years. Even next year, if all of these folks retired and stayed on their current plan, that would be an increase of $443,000 per year to the cost of health insurance on just retiree benefit. So what we are proposing would currently apply only to non-faculty. The faculty are under a separate plan that's governed under the master agreement. So the non-faculty are what we really could affect with this policy change. And that could potentially save, if we went just for a single coverage, about $80,000 a year if all these folks retired. So I know there were some questions perhaps that Dr. Kroll thought maybe I could help answer on this policy to help with the decision making. So I certainly would open it up for questions.
I think my only comment last month is, if they retire at 60, we'll give them $5,000 for the 5 years, but they're kind of facing a $1,000 a month increase on their expenses. I like the idea. I just don't know if the carrot's big enough to get them to go ahead and retire early, because that might put them on the hook for $50,000 worth of insurance over 5 years. Or would they be more likely just to stay on and teach for 5 more years?
Since I took early retirement, I can answer that. It all depends on Medicare.
Right, which is magical 65, right?
That's right, but you
What if your
can't,
spouse gets it earlier? Does that cover you also or not?
if the spouse, no, but we tried to, what was it called, Lance? Where you can suspend it. File a right, that's right, yeah. Yeah, no matter what. And with costs going up, I don't know whether I would do that again.
You might stay on just
Yes, sir.
That's what it seemed like to me. It's like, well, I like teaching and I like $50,000. So, but if the carrot was a little bigger than $1,000 a year, they might. I don't know. That's just my 2 cents.
Then
It's
there
just-
wouldn't be
it's
much
just-
of a savings. Yeah.
Well, that's true, but.
So like school districts now,
Uh-huh.
so like I took early retirement at 60, I think. So they'll pay you, most of your school districts will pay you a certain amount of your salary then till you turn 62. Circle goes to 64. So it's a good deal.
The rest of it's 5 years,
5 years. Ours is,
but it has to stop at 65.
right.
So if you take the retirement at 62, you only get 3.
Yeah. This healthcare is one of those costs that just go. Okay, I'm sorry. That's just my 2 cents. That's just how it struck me last month, and it's still the same this month. But I like the idea of like, hey, why don't y'all retire early if you wish.
Yeah, it's a great incentive for sure, and it certainly is attractive to those that might want to be able to stay on a health plan until they're 65, which the individual retiree would still be able to do so. But yes, it is expensive to cover your family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we pay the full premium on that. So the college,
Right, yeah.
Again, as we know, our costs are rising every year, and currently right now we're covering 33 people on the retirement plan at a cost of $243,000 a year just in health insurance.
Yeah.
Remind me one more time, you invested in papers at 5 years, 8 years. I can't remember. You guys don't have papers though here at college.
I think
You
it's
do.
8
Oh, you do.
years,
Okay.
but I don't know.
Yeah.
All of the employees should know. I don't know. 5 years? Is it 5 years? Matt says it's 5. So that's the other thing. Shall be.
I got a construction job, so I don't get the luxury of, ooh, my retirement. It's work really hard till you die. And hopefully have some money set aside, which I've got some investment properties and whatever. But yeah.
So I'm going to make a motion to approve the early retirement policy revisions as per presented.
Did I hear a second? Okay.
Lance.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We'll move on to it's like revision of the facilities use policy. And
Okay, that's me. I really kind of struggled with how to put this in the board book for you folks because there's a lot of information here. And so I finally decided that I would put, the sort of the new stuff on the front, and then at the end of this that start on page, I don't know where it is, 74 maybe is, or 76 is the list of our current policies. And so, just in explanation for this, what really drove this is that with the renovation of the Andover 5000 building and the new meeting room that's over there that will seat about 150 people, we anticipate that that space might be requested for use by the community for some different functions or some meetings or something like that. And we wanted to bring that space, that meeting space on under our facilities policies because we, depending on the community event, somebody might want to have a social and serve, beer or wine or have dinner and have a drink or something like that. And so we needed to embed that within our policy so that we could manage that meeting space and also make some updates to the alcohol policy. So what exists at this point in time before these revisions is that there's a general facilities use policy for the college that talks about room rental and space and all that sort of stuff. It's got some language in it that has to do with service of alcohol. There's a Hubbard Welcome Center policy that was developed when this building was built because this is the main community meeting space and alcohol is really only served in this building. And so there's alcohol use policy for this building. And so it's difficult to find exactly what you're looking for in one spot. And so part of my goal was, let's do a facilities policy and separate all the facilities stuff. And then have a separate alcohol service policy. Sorry, excuse me. Separate alcohol service policy that's got the alcohol information in it. So you can go one place or the other and find what you need. And essentially, really what's embedded in this is kind of just a rearrangement of the current information. I've added a few things for clarification or added some things based on what we put into practice, but maybe weren't specified exactly. And so, a lot of the stuff that's here is in the current policies. I've just put it in a different location. The other thing that we've started to do with this one specifically, last fall, we talked about developing a process for updating our policies based on best practices, where you have a system in place where it's easy to update them, to make minor changes to them, to have them accessible, on the website so people can find them. Currently, they're in our employee handbook, which is a PDF. And, and if you're making changes, you have to make changes in a bunch of different places. It's hard to search and all that sort of stuff. So what I've done with this then is to develop what's called a policy statement or a policy portion of this, and then put the detail stuff in the procedures that follow that and that support that policy. The procedural stuff would be stuff maybe that we would update over time, or something might change. But it's the how we put that policy into effect. So if you look on the middle of page 68, here's what the goal was: to develop a new facilities and property use policy statement, develop a facilities and property use operating procedure, which is going to pull stuff from the Hubbard Welcome Center, the facilities use, stuff that already exists, and then develop a new service of alcoholic beverages policy statement, and then a service of alcoholic beverages procedure. And again, pulling information from stuff that already exists, maybe adding a little language that clarifies some stuff. And so on page 68, here's the draft of the new policy statement. The stuff that's in bold is new language or updated language. The information that's not in bold is what already exists someplace in one of the policies. And so just the policy statement, it's our intent, the Board of Trustees, the college facilities, property, and resources to be used for educational programs and services central to the mission. Next paragraph, we've got a little bit of that information already in place, but I also added then groups and individuals who use college facilities must adhere to all established college policies and procedures, including service of alcoholic beverages policies, as well as local, state, and federal laws while doing so. And again, sometimes put that in there for clarification and just re-edification of what we need to do. I looked at other Johnson County's policies in some of these cases and Barton, and kind of pulled some of the wording from their policies in some cases. I put a statement in here that the use of facilities, equipment, and or college resources by college employees or students must relate to instructional mission or work assignment and not to support other personal or commercial activities or financial gain. Very specific statement. And then that top of page 69, we have the ability to restrict the use of policies as it's deemed necessary. The president or their designee will establish rules and regulations and a schedule of fees for the use of college facilities and may assign priorities to groups wishing to use them. The president or designee has final decision-making authority over all proposed use of college facilities and fees charged. There are forms that they have to fill out for use of our facilities, and those get signed off by Bill, and if there's going to be alcohol service, then I'm the one that has to sign off on that by regulation and Board of Regents regulations.
You rent out quite a bit?
Huh?
Do we rent facilities quite a bit?
You know, this space, this building gets probably rented more than any of the other spaces in any of the other buildings on campus.
Meaning downstairs?
Yeah, downstairs, the meeting rooms downstairs, the Clifford Stone room, the Grizzly Den over in Andover, the smaller meeting room gets used all the time. And so we think that that community, the larger room over in the 5,000 building probably will get used a fair amount too. So.
Have we ever had alcohol?
Yes, oh yes, we've had alcohol on campus for a long time.
I just wondered, does renting the facilities make quite a substantial increase in what it costs us to cover the liability? I know in other organizations it's made a substantial difference.
Well, you know, we put the guidelines and the approvals and stuff in place for alcohol use and some very specific, you know, regulations that they have to follow. They have to have security on site if they're going to have alcohol here. But let me walk you through some of those guidelines, okay? So the facilities and property use procedures, all of this is the same. It's what we have in place. We've updated the cost for a technician and the cost of security personnel. This list of college spaces already exists. I've added the 5,000 building Conza room. I think that's what we're calling it, this Conza room. And then the philosophy statement for the Hubbard Welcome Center, you'll see on some of the strike-throughs, I've taken out stuff that doesn't need to be there. Right. You know, it's just kind of fluff. On the next page, on page 70, under the main level, Clifford Stone room, the fire marshal has updated some information, and so I added the maximum number of tables with the stage set up, maximum without the stage, so it's visible and right there for them. You'll see that I've crossed out all the alcohol stuff that's part of the Hubbard Welcome Center, and I've moved that into alcohol policy. And so all of the stuff that's left on 71 already exists. If you look at the bottom of 71, that last paragraph, when this policy was originally written, the audio-visual equipment was different, you know, and a lot of the spaces didn't actually have equipment embedded in them, and that's all different now because we've got technology in most all of our rooms. So that doesn't even need to be in there any longer. On 72, kind of towards the middle, with the usage, we added some very specific language about what could not be used in our spaces. This is based on experience. So we decided that we needed to be real specific. Can't bring in hay or straw or dirt or water features or glitter or whatever, because we've had that happen and have ended up with a snake in the Clifford Stone room from the straw bales and have ended up with, you know, tremendously additional work that our custodians have to take care of. And I'm just not going to, they don't have to do that. So we decided that it was important to say, here's what you can use and here's what you can't. So,
Dr. Kroll,
yes.
I noticed that you had funerals crossed off, but
I moved that to a different spot.
okay.
Yeah, I did. I think that actually up under, if you look on page 69, up under the heading of facilities and property use operating procedures, I just moved it up there. Very last sentence in that first paragraph.
Thank you.
Our college facilities are not available for weddings, again, because of too much mess, too much potential, too much alcohol use. I mean, just all those kinds of things. We don't typically have it available for funerals. We have hosted in the past a few celebrations of life, but they're special requests because it's been a Ray Vietti, Jackie Vietti's husband, or Tom Irwin, who was a longtime employee here, those kinds of things. And
Or
we
somebody
typically
wanted to have a big sock off because they just rented the gym and have a dance.
Like a high school sock hop?
Yeah.
Potentially, as long as there were sponsors and as long as the gym wasn't in use and, so we'd charge them for it.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. And typically we don't do church services here. There have been a couple of occasions where, a one-off kind of thing where their building was, they were doing some construction or something, but we typically don't have regular church services here. And again, trying to separate the church and state thing. So that's kind of the facilities policy statement and procedures. The service of alcoholic beverages policy statement on page 73. This is language, I've added this. This is language that was part of Johnson County's policy statement. And it just kind of clarifies what we already had in ours. It adds a little bit more. And so it identifies that typically alcoholic liquor is prohibited, but Board of Trustees at community college may exempt from the provisions of subsection and allow it to be on campus with specific guidelines. And this Board of Trustees, I don't know, years and years ago, approved that opportunity. Top of page 74, the second paragraph is what we had in our alcoholic service policy to begin with. In the middle of the page where I've added this policy applies to all employees, students, and visitors. And then that next section, this was already in practice. This was really the only space on this campus where alcohol has been served or could be served. We've served it a couple of times in the gallery for an art showing opening, in the evening because there aren't any classes in session. But I thought it was important to clarify the spaces in this building where alcohol can be served. And partly because there cannot be alcohol served or consumed on the second level out here on the overlook because the family that gave the gift for that overlook specified in their gift there's no alcohol up there at all. And so I felt like it was important for us to really clarify because over time it's easy to forget those things or you have different people, in charge. So, so all of that.
But we can have it in this one.
We can, yeah. Maybe for the next.
Make that work session go.
What's in your bag?
Yeah. And so then the service of alcoholic beverages procedures again include things that were already in place with maybe a little bit of clarifying language, only authorized in locations as set forth in the policy, provided that service is consistent with the following procedures. Thought it was important to clarify that they can't be, beverages aren't permitted or sold or served on our property by any individual or entity except for Great Western Dining Services or by a licensed caterer. Also thought it was important to put in there that there's, in our facilities agreements, requires documentation of alcohol service times and signatures for service of alcoholic beverages. And that we need them submitted as soon as possible because we've got to sign off on them on our end. Kind of down towards the bottom, these things don't happen because people are careful around here and they follow the rules. But again, I thought it was important to clarify. No outside alcohol, even if unopened, can be sold or distributed at fundraisers. Guests who are served cannot carry their beverages outside. We don't have a problem with that, but it's important to clarify. General practice is that approved events shall not begin prior to 4 p.m. we retain the sole and absolute right to determine if alcoholic beverages can be served. Security is required, but we have the opportunity to determine the number based on the size. And then any exceptions have to be approved by me in advance. So again, really a rearrangement and a shifting of things that already exist, a clarification, so that if somebody's looking for, well, how much is it going to cost to, rent a facility space, they could go directly to the facilities policy, and then if they need to find out about alcoholic service, they can go to. Because before it was all mixed in together. So I would certainly answer questions that you have, and then ask for your approval for the policy changes. Policy changes, I guess.
I would move to accept the approval of the facilities and property use policy and changes and the service of alcohol beverages policy and operation.
You'll
Second.
drink to that. Oh.
Wake up, Jim.
Moved and seconded, Jim. You must be frozen. You're muted. You're muted.
Muted. There we go. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. We move on to the next two items that I think we're going to look at each individually, but my understanding is that Lance and Forrest are recusing themselves from this discussion and voting on those two items being F and G. Is that correct?
Do you guys have, are you ready to eat?
Yes. Are you done? Forrest?
Are we close? We're almost
We're
done.
We're just about done.
Do you know what time it is?
Do you want me to go get my bowl of chocolate? for you?
No, thank you.
All right. Do you have some, some explanation or some discussion that you wanted to share about this?
Well, I guess my comment is, I don't view my position, recognizing my wife as a spouse at Butler, we're talking about employment terms for represented employees, and she's not. So I don't view it as a conflict for me to be part of this discussion. With that said, I understand there has been a history of benefit packages that are approved for on compensation standpoint that have been approved for represented employees have often been applied to non-represented employees. So I guess there is a potential for an appearance of a conflict. So because we're talking about compensation, I understand and am willing to recuse from the discussion for that reason.
Well, now say that again, that your wife's employed here.
She is, but she's not a represented employee. So she's not covered by the bargain. She's not covered by the mutual gains agreement that we're going to be talking about.
Thank you.
You all will be talking about.
Yes. Thank you.
But a lot of those agreements, at least in the corporate world, do filter down to the non.
No, they don't filter down. The employer may choose to apply some of the same terms if it wants to, and that's a separate decision for this board to make.
Right.
But what we do with our faculty is governed by the bargaining agreement. What we do with non-represented employees is governed by what we decide to do with non-represented employees.
But who decides that?
This board does.
The board? Not.
No, the board does. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on, I don't mean to overstep, Kim, it depends on whether it's an operational decision or if it's a policy or if it's compensation, it would be decided, I think, by the board.
Yeah.
And I would certainly recuse from a compensation decision that directly affects my wife. I'm not going to be a part of that.
Yeah, the process, the standard is that, again, after negotiations and faculty have ratified the agreement, then the agreement comes to the board for ratification. And so that's a ratification of the agreement with the professional employees, the faculty and the counselors that are part of that bargaining unit. And then there's a separate discussion and separate motion for what we do for compensation and benefits for the rest of the staff, the part-time staff and the rest of the employees and stuff. So there are always two separate decisions, but they always both come to the board for final approval. So I hear what you're saying is that, technically, because Lance is the same way, your spouses are not part of that bargaining unit. And so the first motion doesn't technically cover them because they're not faculty and they're not advisors. But, you know, there's a potential maybe that could be perceived as a conflict maybe because of the second motion that eventually applies to that.
And I think I would follow, while it's not an issue in this agreement, if there's ever a discussion about a non-compensation aspect of the bargaining agreement, I would not view myself as needing to recuse, nor in my opinion, should I recuse from that discussion. That's not what we're dealing with today.
Right, right. And with this negotiated agreement, there are some language items that go along with the health insurance part of it too. So, Shelley, do you? And so I think you're probably. I think what you're saying is that you're going to recuse yourself from the discussion and from the vote, right?
For today, yes.
Yes. Okay. And so you're welcome to go hang out in my office if you want to, or if you want to.
They're probably going to go
It's
eat
an open,
dinner.
it's an open meeting.
Okay.
You know, just say
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
an open.
That's fine. Yeah. Stay and
Just don't eat in front of us.
yeah. Don't talk.
Get
Shelley,
our
do
signature.
you want to talk about this a little bit?
We'd love to. So in the board book, you found a TFA that was a placeholder for when we had a ratified contract on the side of the faculty. We would present you with the items that were discussed and negotiated on in our MGB process, which is mutual gains bargaining process. And as Terry mentioned, Dr. Sater mentioned earlier, he was pleased with the outcome based on our current situation that we're in, the unprecedented times that we're in, and we came to an agreement for several items, most of which are language items. We are always obligated to negotiate on compensation items annually. And while we brought many things to the table, due to our current budgetary and unique situation going into fiscal 21, we agreed only on one compensation item to bring to the Board of Trustees for this next contract year. And that particular item is on health insurance renewal rates. So as in April, we brought forward kind of our insurance renewal process and program and what was we were going to be looking at for rates at a 10% increase due to our cap that we reached with Blue Cross Blue Shield. So as we look at establishing those rates for the year for our employees, we consider the college contribution as part of that compensation that is awarded in or negotiated in the master agreement. So the detail of what was negotiated and what our final package is to represent to the board was included as a separate document that was not in the actual board book, and you should have a copy of that in front of you. I could also bring it up on my screen if you would prefer as well.
Shelley, if you're going to talk about some specific parts of it, it might be helpful. Everybody's got the document in front of them, but sometimes it's easier if you're pointing to where they need to be looking.
Okay, so I may need to reach out to Laura to see if she would allow me to share my screen. Oh, there I am. Okay, let me put that one up there. Okay, so you should see the full report for the mutual gains bargaining outcome that gives the summary of the items that we talked about, negotiated on, and are presenting to the board for ratification. The professional employees ratified this new contract as of July 13th. So that's part of the reason why we have it in paper form here for you versus in your board book. So some of the things are pretty standard, such as changing the dates of the new contract to be reflective of the year, of the school year, which of course is going to affect year 2021 of the academic year. When we talk about some certain items that were language changes, just means that existing language was in the master agreement and we elected to change it for either clarification or specification, or perhaps even delete it if it no longer made sense in that context. And that was on number 2 there, where it says remove number 14 from the master agreement. And this was simply a statement in there that the faculty could elect direct deposit. And that is a college-wide policy and is not specific to the master agreement nor those employees. So we removed it from the master agreement. The next one is to readdress instructor evaluations and review changes to reflect current practice. So the evaluation process of our faculty members and that process and how it occurs has been in place for at least the last 7 years, I believe. And they were wanting to just kind of revisit that. While the master agreement does not state that the faculty have the right to identify what that evaluation looks like, but we definitely want their input to make sure that it reflects the current teaching modalities and practices that we're using. So they put in a letter of understanding, an LOU, in the master agreement to request that a task force or task group be initiated to review that process. And you'll find that on the also attached to this document, a copy of that letter of understanding. The next item talks about our sick leave bank. And this is a policy that is available for both faculty and non-faculty. However, this particular policy, it currently states that a review board will review all requests for use of the sick leave bank. So a sick leave bank is basically at the end of each year when we roll in our new sick leave balances. There are a lot of people that have already met the maximum that you can hold in your own sick leave account. And so they can donate any time that they would lose, if you will, that won't stay in their bank, to a sick leave bank that could be utilized by someone that doesn't have enough sick leave and has a catastrophic event. So the faculty members can donate sick leave to this once a year. When they do that, and if someone does request utilization of that sick leave bank, there's an application process that the individual would go through. And then typically then, or what we have in the policy currently, is that it would be reviewed by a group of people. So generally the reason someone is using the sick leave bank is due to a catastrophic illness or something that has gravely put them to where they've used every bit of sick leave they have and they still have to be off work, and maybe they've been hospitalized or in other type of situations. So that typically will hold some personal protective health information that is associated with that when you qualify it in an application for this utilization. So the request was that we remove the board or remove the part where there's a review board that looks at those. And currently those all come to HR, and I review those applications and then would have Dr. Kroll, my decision on whether it applies or does not apply. And then that decision would be used to move forward with the faculty member. So we remove all the other eyes on their personal protective health information. So the flip side to that is if there is a denial of that use of the sick leave bank or awarded to that person, they would have a right to appeal, which would then go before a board, an appeal board, and they would have to sign a waiver of all rights of protected information, health information, much like the HIPAA release. So those are the changes that were agreed to and that we made in the language only of that particular article in the master agreement. Again, I mentioned that the only article that we had a compensation request for was for group insurance, and that was to give some premium relief to the associates based on our 10% increase that we had. So as we go into this new plan year, we had a $483,000 increase in total premium for next year, or for fiscal 21, but our plan year actually starts in October. So looking at that amount of money and how the employee premium would change, and also what the college contribution could do to offset some of that extreme cost. So we looked at various options and are requesting the board look at increasing the single coverage from $574 paid by the college to $602 paid by the college for single. Employee plus one coverage from $1348 a month to $1433, and family coverage from $1391 to $1485. So I'm going to come back to that in a moment. I'm going to go ahead and go through these other language changes, but I do have some additional information to share with you on the actual premium. So you can see those are on some additional sheets that I gave you that show you the current cost per employee for each level of coverage and for the college. So I want to come back and have a little bit more deeper discussion on that if we could. The letter of understanding is another one that has been in the master agreement for some time. And in reviewing it, we wanted to ascertain if that had been satisfied to the extent that it could be removed from the master agreement. There were three articles or three items on that letter of understanding, and each of those we felt could either have already been addressed in the master agreement somewhere or could be added to the master agreement, which we did. And so the letter of understanding then comes out. And lastly, another letter of understanding. It was dated in 2019, and it was entered into the master agreement last year as a part of our negotiating process. And it was regarding pay for updating online content for accessibility requirements. And we extended the dates for that. The basis for that letter of understanding really revolves around making classes, particularly online classes and in face-to-face classes, accessible at a level that is in line with the new legislation that has been rolled out on, well, ADA and other requirements that schools are being ensure that all those things are accessible. Anything online, anything on the computer is got caption, closed caption, if it's a video, or it's scripted, or those type of things. So we have been working, our ed tech team has been working to get as much of that done, and we're relying on faculty to be able to update their own information in their classrooms. And this is a pretty, what is considered to be a laborious process. And so there was some pay concerns associated with that. So what we required last year was the letter of understanding just to say, we want you to complete the training by the end of the year, but not actually have to be required to start making changes to your classes and your courses until this next year. And so we extended that due to COVID and some other reasons to be the 2020, 2021, 22 year before they would be required to start making those changes. So those were the other recommendations. Again, the letters of understanding is here at the end that needs to be, that will be signed and entered into the master agreement. So aside from the health insurance article, is there any questions on the other items that I have summarized for you? So if you'd like, I would like to share another document with you that goes in line with the insurance renewal rates and comparisons. Let me pull that one up. Okay, so this is a summary of our coverages. This is from last year, and this is the current new renewal rates. So last year, and this is the number of employees enrolled in each plan. This is our $1,500 deductible, and then this is our mid one is $3,000 deductible, and then this one here is our high deductible plan. So we have a total of 393 employees enrolled in these plans. Of that 393, 134 are faculty. Of the faculty that are eligible to participate in our plan, this 134 represents 88% of our faculty are participating in our health insurance plan. So here it shows you what the premium, this includes medical and dental, by the way. So this shows you our premium last year for single in this high plan, the $1,500 deductible. Here's the new premium based on our increases that we received and what that would change the employee amount to. So currently they're paying $50.36 for a single on this plan, and it would go to $100 if everything stayed the same as it is today. This shows you the increases for the employee spend over here if these increases were all absorbed by the employee. So some of their rates would go up as much as, $123 a month or $210 a month, as you see here. Down here, it shows you this is the increase in our premiums, $482, $931. And if we left all of our current contributions alone, the increase that goes to the employee is 90% of that amount at $461, and $21,000 is to the college. And the college is doing that because some of these plans got more expensive and we have to pay a little bit more on that premium. So that's if we leave it alone. The negotiated agreement that we worked with in MGB has increasing the college contribution so that 31% of the increase is carried by the employee, or 31% increase to their current premiums. And for the college, it's a 70% increase to what we currently pay.
7%, right, Shelley?
Sorry, 70. Yes, 7% down here. So we currently pay $404,000 and $921 a month for the college portion. It would go to $431,773, which is an increase of 7%. It is an increase of $322,000, $227 for the year. It's an increase to the employees bearing that additional amount of $160,000, $705. What you see here is the percent of employee spend that the employee spends on their premium. So currently the total average of all of those premiums is 12% to the employee, and that would be 88% to the college overall. Here, you see it's 10%, so it is increasing that spend by the employee up to 12%. So these are the amounts that we are asking the college to increase our contribution by. This still presents an increase to every employee on our plan, but they're a little bit more manageable. The other thing I want to point out about this increase and why, why it was represented this way as well, is the negotiating team really worked hard to look at all of the compensation items that are normally negotiated, such as raises for a year, other items that increase the pay for adjunct pay or overload pay, summer school pay, and all of those things that would normally be negotiated during this contract period. And we determined that we understand, you know, where the college sits and what the implications are. And that if we could do one thing for the employees, since they will not be getting an increase in salaries and a big change to their health insurance could be very much a hardship for many. So we went with this compensation item and are asking the board for approval on that. One of the other things that was requested, last time we talked about this at the insurance renewal meeting in April, was some comparable data and to other colleges or what have you. So IMA, our partner, put together some benchmarking for us to share with you. And so I can have you take a look at this. It's just, this includes 6 community colleges, 1 private college, and 1 local school district that is in this peer group here. So this is what you're seeing is the average of peers is made up those 6 community colleges, 1 private college, and a local school district. So under our $1,500 deductible plan, these are the comparables, the $3,000 deductible plan, and what the deductibles are, how we compare to other schools on our deductible. Most of them we're pretty close in line with our PPO plan. The maximum out of pocket on our plan is, this is us. And so we're pretty close to what everybody else is. This is a little bit higher on the average of peers, but that is kind of becoming the norm. And so we'll look at that again, if that has any impact on our pricing. These are the premiums for what would be a single, your lowest end coverage, and your highest end, or a blend of your employee plus 1 and your family. So our low end is $591.77. Our high end is $16 under this $1,500 deductible. These are based on last year's numbers. $3,000 is this, and then the peer group. So you can see the premiums aren't that too far off of our peer group as far as what they're paying for insurance for a single plan and a family or employee plus 1. Then we come to the employee contribution. Our employee contribution on this lowest plan, our lowest price, or our price here is $50 to the employee. On the family plan, the premium for our employee is $337.31 under the $1,500 deductible. On the $3,000 deductible, it's this. And in our peer group, this is what theirs pay. So it is a little bit, the employee in the peer group are paying more, particularly for the family plan, than we are. Here's the percentage split. So for this plan, 8% is paid by the employee on this plan under single, and 21% is paid on the premium for the family or employee plus 1. On the $3,000 deductible, it's this. And in our peer group, it is that. The next slide shows the high deductible plan. That's just another plan of ours. So same principle, the 3,500 qualified high deductible plan, and what percentage the employee pays is 0% on our single, and for the family it's 11% or at $151.40. And then here's our peer group. So this again is the split of what the employee pays on that level and what the employee pays of that total premium. So those were a couple of the things that I wanted to share with you as we look at this. And one other thing I would like to mention is that in the last 3 years, and we have enlisted IMA to help us as our broker to try and help us find a way to manage our healthcare costs. And they have done a phenomenal job for us. In the last 2 years, we have not had an increase in our premiums to the college or to the employee. So we've been very fortunate, and that saves about almost, $900,000 over those 2 years of what we would normally see as increases in our premiums. One year we actually did have a decrease of $86,000. So we have had some stabilization in our costs. We negotiated purposely for that 10% cap that we received from Blue Cross Blue Shield, and we went right up to the mat with it. That was the best deal they could offer us. So the other insurance companies didn't want to bid because they couldn't compete with that 10%. So that gives you a little more kind of on the negotiating that we did and what we're asking the board to ratify. I'm going to take questions if you have any.
I would just like to make a comment. Excellent job on this mutual gains bargaining team, whoever is on it. Congratulations on this wonderful agreement that you came up with. This is not fun times right now. And I appreciate the teachers recognizing that a raise was probably not in the mix. But I'm so grateful for this package here. Thank you.
I second that. Does anybody have any questions for Shelley?
I'm ready to approve it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Why don't you make a motion to do so?
I'd make a motion to approve it.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. We're moving on to the next item, which is, I'm sorry.
Do you note then that Forrest and Lance have not voted, right? Yeah.
Right, correct. They've recused themselves.
So, yeah.
First of all, if I could, Jim, I'd like to say thank you very much for your consideration and for indulging me to go through all that information with you, and congratulate you on accepting a ratified contract for the 21-22 year.
Great work.
Yeah, and I did give you an additional TFA. I don't know if it made it to you as well. Okay.
Did.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we'll move on to health insurance increases for the staff. And looks like Shelley, you're not off the hook yet.
Thank you. So the second TFA mirrors what was in the negotiated agreement and the ratified contract. It speaks to the health insurance increases. And we're asking for those to be extended as well, not only to the 134 faculty members that are in our health plan, but also to the remaining staff and institutional support staff, operational staff, and administrative staff that also are participating in our health and dental plans.
Does anybody have any question for Shelley on this action item? Okay, there being none, do I have a motion to approve the health insurance increases for staff employees for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021 as presented?
I so move.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries again with two trustees, Lance and Forrest, not participating. Okay.
Thank you.
Do we want to go ahead and go through personnel or take up Trustee Smith's concerns with the agenda? Kim?
Let's just do the personnel real quick. Those
Let's do them. Okay.
you can follow
Acceptance
through
of retirement of Janice English.
I so move we accept her resignation.
Shelley, do you want to talk about Janice?
Yeah, I would be happy to. Janice is an interesting gal. I don't know her personally, but I know her work. Been with the college for over 10 years, and she has been a full-time custodian technician and adjunct instructor. So she has taught several classes for the academic side in addition to her custodial role. So she has definitely been an asset and has enjoyed working with students in not only their classroom environment, but also keeping their campus beautifully clean. So we're going to miss Janice for sure.
I would just add that I hired her to teach part-time substance abuse awareness. Some people don't know she has a counseling background, and she was always very dedicated to her students, went up and beyond what a typical adjunct would do. And I very much appreciate all of her hard work.
And I would like to change my motion to accept her resignation with regret.
There you go. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, same sign. Okay, retirement, we are accepting the retirement of Janice as much as we hate to. How about the acceptance retirement of Susan Pfeiffer? Comments?
I would like to speak briefly about Susan. Susan has taught mathematics here at Butler for many, many years. She was here when I was hired back in 92, and I worked alongside her as a fellow math faculty person. I have later then became her dean and worked with her in that capacity for 25 years. Again, a very dedicated instructor to student success. And she was teaching math classes that a lot of students don't necessarily find easy. The calculus sequence, differential equations. She also got a degree in leadership, and so has also taught some leadership courses here at Butler. She was a Phi Theta Kappa sponsor for a short term. She served as in an internship capacity as a site director when we used to have site directors at Andover. And so has just been a wonderful team player over the years. And I am going to greatly miss her because I don't know Butler without Susan Pfeiffer. So we're losing a wonderful lady who's cared deeply for her students here at Butler.
Well, we hate to lose her, but you know, if she wants to retire, there's not much we can do about that. Do we have a motion to accept the retirement of Susan Pfeiffer?
I would move to accept the retirement.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. We accept the retirement of Susan Pfeiffer. Now, the issues that Trustee Smith had. The first one was an agenda item A2 in the minutes of the special board meeting.
Looks like Laura got that typed up for us and we have it tonight. So
Yep.
I just
Okay.
hadn't seen it before the meeting and I just wanted to make sure we had some minutes to record. She's got it done. So I've got no problem with A2 now.
Did you email those to everybody?
Okay, do we
I
need to
didn't
have
see
a
him
motion?
before
Okay.
3:30. So we might want
Forgot
to add
hit
what she
send,
has
right?
into the,
Forgot to hit send. Sorry about that.
so I'd like to add what she gave us tonight into the minutes. As written.
Okay, so I have a motion to make that addition.
I'll second Shelby's motion.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. That's taken care of. Now, the next one Trustee Smith had was on item D involving bank resolution, I believe.
Yeah. My only thing I was curious of, page 107, it states the number of signatures required to do whatever. But we only require one to open an account, to borrow money on behalf of corporation or endorse, transfer, it's pretty powerful stuff for only one person to sign for. I don't know if it's possible to change that to two or if anybody else cares besides.
I agree.
It's item 2, 4, and 5.
I'm going to ask Kent. Kent, that's probably is that the bank's guideline for those required signatures? Is that what that would be? Or is Kim on? Kim maybe is on.
Sorry. Yeah, Kim, do you want to speak to that at all?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So let me just get to the right place here. Sorry about that. And yes, typically those are the banks, similar to what we have or what the bank has issued to us. So just a second, I'm still trying to get to the right page.
It just seemed weird to me. It takes two people to open a safety deposit box, but one person can take out a loan. Which I don't know. I didn't read all the fine print as well as I should have through all that. But
Well, I read it as well. And I agree with Shelby. It's very different than what I'm used to. And although we've done it this way all this time, and that's what we've historically done with the college in the past, that doesn't mean that that's a good way to continue.
yeah, I just didn't know. I just thought I'd bring it up.
And what I said was that was what the bank had recommended.
Okay.
We do have other policies in place that don't allow, so I could not go into that bank and open an account without the other policies of the college. That would have to be approved in order for that to happen. So, but, you know, I have no problem changing that to requiring 2 signatures.
Any other questions about the resolution? Okay, let's go ahead and vote on. Do I have a motion to approve Emprise Bank resolution?
With that change,
As amended.
as amended.
I'm sorry, was there a change made?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I got you. You have a second? It's hard to hear.
Yeah.
I think we're just going to motion that it's 2 signatures for everything.
Requires.
Correct.
So we have a
Kim, get
motion
that?
to, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear it.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Jim, the clarification, and Kim, I would ask, the clarification was that there's a motion to approve as long as the number of signatures required on each of these where it states 1 is changed to 2. So there's 2 signatures required on everything. Kim, is that workable, right?
Yes, that's fine.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
it's not a problem.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the amended, that's the motion with that change added to it.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve, given that we're going to require 2 signatures for everything. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the remaining consent agenda as stated?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Consent agenda as stated is approved. Supplemental information, Kim.
Okay. Yeah, I want to know how they decide those.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking to Julie.
It's okay.
Key performance indicators are on page 155, similar to what you see. The thing that's missing this month is the statement of revenues and expenditures, but we don't ever include it in the July board book because those books are being closed out. And so it's typically not there, but board calendar, not a lot on the calendar, except the notice of public hearings coming up on the 28th at 5 p.m. And then the plan at this point in time is to have our August board meeting in Andover. I'm going to double check on construction and space and all of that sort of stuff. But for right now, we'll plan on it in Andover and do a tour ahead of time, but I'll keep you posted on that. So.
Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. We are adjourned. I understand we have a budget work session.
got
After
some,
dinner.
got some food. We'll take a quick break, shall we? Quick break, get some food. The Jews, Julie was asking why the KACC Tuesdays are different this year.
I didn't know.
They're down at Thursday.
They are, because they've closed the office. They've let the office go and do able to staff member there. They left because of cost and just trying to reduce the cost of all the institutions. And we all separated, they split that cost out among everybody.
Oh, okay.
And so that's part of it. And then the other part of it is that a portion of the dues that we pay are paid for lobbying, and those have to go to the foundation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they're a little bit different this year.
Well, I have my hard copy at home, so it's
I
not,
know
I wasn't on.
trying to look at that.
I wasn't on my phone.
You should have asked.
So Jim Howell,
Yeah,
did you see that Eagles concert on ESPN?
I sure did. I watched it twice.
That was a good one.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've seen them. I've seen them twice now, and they're just phenomenal. Of course, you know, with the death and everything, but
Right.
still really good.
Yeah, I think that's pretty neat the way they brought his son back.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Very. You know, he's a talented kid.
Yeah.
Very talented. So yeah, that was great. And, you know, just pretty much went through all the songs I like.
Yeah.
That I remember. I mean, there's a lot of the tunes. I'm not a huge fan of the Eagles. I do have some of their music, and I do, you know, when I did a lot of acoustic, I used to love to play their stuff because acoustic's just so easy to strum.
Yeah.
Listening, they're just easy listening, great stuff. But
yeah, we used to do Peaceful, Easy Feeling.
oh yeah, that's a great one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see the whole concert, but it was fun.
They've had it on a couple times. They've repeated it. Yeah. So do catch the whole thing. It's good to the very end.
Yeah.
Pretty solid. What, 3 hours?
2.5.
2.5.
Yeah.
Well, you ain't going to see any concerts for a while live. That's for sure.
That's right.
Yeah. It's really sad. I was talking to Phil, the drummer for Kansas, because we had to cancel. You know, they have all these insurance and liability policies for the tours. Everything from equipment to moving it to cancellation of shows and all that, workers' comp. And, you know, there wasn't much reason to have that insurance coverage at $150,000 a year if they're not doing any gigs. So we tried to work with the insurance company and they just were jerks. So we just finally just canceled everything and threw all the equipment, stored it, and got a policy covering it. But, yeah, anyway, Live Nation, who does pretty much all their gigs and does most of the 80s rock bands and stuff like Cher and all the others. I mean, they're just saying, nah, we're not. If you think something's going in September, forget it. If you think anything's going this year, forget it. Yeah. The reason is they can't even break even. I mean, if they enforce 6 foot, you know, that the CDC wants, they can't fill a stadium and make enough money by the time they pay the band and marketing and all the other stuff that they have to do. So you won't see any concerts probably, at least the guy at Live Nations was telling me, and he's like an assistant CEO. He said that you won't see any concerts probably till March or April of next year.
Yeah. My son took my 2 grandsons, and 3 of them went to see Blake Shelton in Wichita. And it was the next day, everything was shut down.
Yep. So. That'd been a good concert.
Yeah, they had a good time.
Yeah, he's good. Not a huge country western fan, but there's a lot of those guys I still enjoy listening to. Anyway, Yeah, that's fun. Well, the Winfield thing, of course, got canceled. So
Right.
you didn't get to go down there and get those calluses built up a little more.
That's right. Now, the group that I camp with, they're going to camp out at up by Manhattan at Tuttle Creek, I think it is.
Yep.
So we may go up there and just jam with them.
Well, that's a little different. Yeah.
Yeah, we're outside. It'd be about 10 campers, but we'll see.
That's still okay. As long as you keep your distance, I mean, you're okay. So wear masks if everybody will go along with it.
Yeah, they won't.
They won't. No.
So I don't know.
Yeah. It's interesting. I mean, we had a real spike in Sedgwick County, as you probably saw in the paper, heard on the news of COVID. And we had a firm meeting yesterday at 1:00, and the partners basically said, you know what? All of us are too valuable. We got a great unit here. So partners are all on stay-at-home orders. That's why I'm at home and not out there. And we basically are running about 30% rotating staff with just one of the associate attorneys in the office. And we're just, I mean, this is a mess. It really is. And we're scared. So we're taking a lot of precautions. And I'm a hard guy to get to sit still. So this shoving me at home and saying don't go anywhere is not easy.
Right.
I just walk outside, wander around.
Well, I've learned to work from home pretty good, although I've been in the office. But right now it's nice to come in the office because there's nobody else in the building. And I have all my monitors and, on the budget prep stuff, I can print something out if I need to.
Yeah, you got a bigger printer. That's one advantage is, having a couple of big printers that just spit stuff out like no tomorrow. But I've got home set up pretty good. I mean, I got pretty fast internet. I got two 32-inch screens. I mean, I have everything that I need here to, I've got my big office this is 22 by 24 size office has everything in it. So I'm good at home. It's fine. But there's just some things that are just walk down the hall, talk to one of my partners about something, go next door, talk to one of my associates, assign a task where I can sit in front of them and say, here's what this says. This is what I need you to do. It's just not the same working at home. But right now, I'm just working on a lot of briefing and stuff like that. So it's not bothering me. I got everything I need right here locked down. And if I don't, I just call one of the people at the office. They send it to me. Pretty good. I just got to find a solution for my eye because it's just so hard to read and do anything right now.
Have they given you, do they?
They did some, they did some brain scans, MRIs with and without contrast and MRAs and looked inside my eye, took all the pressures and all that and said, we don't see anything. Basically, some kind of a virus just attacked that nerve. And they said, since we don't see anything, statistically, 80% of the people that have this fully recover, but it can be 12 weeks, 16 weeks, 6 months, a year. It just varies by person. So I've seen some improvement, but it's still not where it needs to be. So. It's just weird. You hear about people with double vision. You have no idea what it is until you got it. Sure. I can only think of one thing, Ken, it was good for us. I did watch fireworks display and it doubled all the fireworks. So it was really pretty, but it isn't worth having this for that one day. So you've been playing at all or just?
Not recently. My wife's got too many honeydews.
Oh yeah, well there's always a list of those too. That's probably why I don't get any of the guitars back out. Don't, if you wait too long, you're going to lose those calluses.
I know.
And then you got to pay the price. I got like baby hands now from not playing anymore from how I used to be.
Yeah, I'm getting soft.
Yep. It doesn't take too long. Doesn't take too long. So what are we talking about during work session here? We're going to be here till 10 o'clock or what time is it? 9?
Probably. I don't know. Are we getting close here?
It's 8:49. Is there some handouts or something that I missed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Emailed them to Jim. It was the last email that I sent you. I don't think he heard you. Jim, Laura emailed those to you.
Oh, don't worry about it.
I'm going to put it up on the screen.
Oh, okay. If it's more bad news, Kent, I'm just going to cover the other eye.
Do we want to go ahead and get started?
Yes, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to go home tonight.
Okay.
He's going to share his screen.
I think this is where I want to be. Let me see. Sorry. Let me make sure I have the right file.
I think I have the worst seat in the house. We won't catch that. And they catch the thinning hair. Oh, I'm all right. But actually, hey, thanks. It's slowly thinning, which I really appreciate. I can't. My brother's a year and a half younger than me, and he's got the bozo hairdo. He just has it, so he just shaves it. Mine's gotten a lot better, but it's still holding on.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, he's looking for he's trying to find the right file, I think. Or wants to make sure he's got the right one. There we go.
Okay, so yeah, this is the information I sent you. That's cover sheet. And so if we go over to the notes here, I think this is where I'd like to start. Is that a good size up on the screen? Do I need to make that bigger?
Needs to be bigger, Kent.
Okay. Maybe too big.
No. If you expand everything so we can see it a little bit bigger.
How's that?
That's better for me.
I'm going to try and go through this a little quicker than we did in Finance Committee today. We took about an hour to get through this. So just to start off, we'll go through the revenues here, first of all. Well, I'll tell you what, let's go back to the summary. I'll make this bigger. So we want to give you a summary of what where we're at on the recommended budget. And the first thing that we want to look at is the change in last year. So at March 20th or March 10th, we gave a board update, and this was the situation we had. We were looking at our revenues being almost $600,000 less than our expenditures for the year. When we closed out the books at the end of June, we ended up with our revenues $287,000 higher than we thought in March. And the big difference on expenditures was we underspent the budget by an additional $1,675,000. We looked at this in April and May, and we thought we would underspend it. So for our administrative work, we were estimating another million of unspent to make it about 2.1 million, but we actually ended up closer to 2.7. A lot of reasons for that, but a lot of it deals with the shutdown of the campus, no travel, a lot of savings in different things. So we ended up the year with an unencumbered cash balance in the operating funds almost $2 million higher than we thought. So, we're pleased about that because the other thing that I think helped with the unspent budget was we were working hard at reducing the budget for next year because we knew there was some hard times coming up. We think we've been told, and I'll go through this on the 21 budget, but we were told to expect uncollectible tax revenues from the county, state aid going down because of the economic conditions, and possibly lower enrollments because of the uncertainty of students. So we were working towards budget cuts, and I think that message filtered down to people. They were very conservative in their expenditures. So we did end up underspending the budget by about 1.7 more than we had planned on. So as we carry that through to next year, we'll look at some of the detail, but the big picture is that we expect our revenues to be down. This is the 21 year, what we expect in 21 operating budget. This was the year we just finished again, and we just brought those figures down from up above to right here. So we expect our revenues overall to go down by about 1.25 million. We're still looking at just a 2% unspent budget. As the year progresses, we may want to change that, but this is typically what we budget. It's fairly conservative, so we didn't change that. And we've got our expenditures down to a point where we actually have revenues over expenditures. Part of that is because we're expecting about an $800,000 reimbursement from the federal to come in, and I'll show you the detail on that in a minute. So if these assumptions that we're making here were to come true, we would end up at the end of the year with $8.7 million in unencumbered cash, which is high for us. It would be 3.4 million over our 10% of expenditure target. There are some reasons to plan for, to keep our reserves high. One thing would be just the unknowns right now with the economy and all of our revenue sources. Another thing, we talked about the insurance deductibles. We have nothing in the budget right now for insurance deductibles. So if we did have a big insurance claim, that would have to come out of our cash reserves. And so I don't know, there's probably other things, obviously no raises to our employees this year. So at some point we're going to have to get back in the market there. So right now, if everything went as according to this plan or these assumptions, we would end up with a fairly healthy cash reserve at the end of next year. So as I move forward here, if you have any questions or comments, go ahead and feel free to stop me. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep
This
going.
is Shelby. I had a real quick one for you.
Okay.
I know this says it's our unencumbered cash. What do we have like in savings or bonds, and what do we have, put away for a rainy day if we need it?
Well, that is our unencumbered cash.
Okay.
Yeah, we
That's
just.
That's all there is?
Well,
The
that's all there is for the operating funds. And that's all we're looking at right now because we want to focus on the operating funds and the notice of public hearing that will need to pass in 2 weeks. We have, I think, about $3 million in the student union residence hall funds. That's the other bigger reserve that we have. We do have some reserves in the general fund that are over in what we call the designated funds. Those are our main reserves. We have some reserves still in the capital outlay fund, but that'll be mostly spent with our project. Although there may be some reserve left there.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Sure.
There's is it 25% allowed for the reserve?
There's no statutory requirement for reserves or.
Well, the maximum, is that the maximum?
No, there's no maximum or minimum other than, say, good practices. I know if you look at different community colleges across the state, I think some of them are up around 20%. We've calculated that if we stay at 10% of expenditures, we have plenty of money to get through our lowest cash flow month. December is our lowest cash flow month. So that's what we have to worry about. We get quite a few revenues in the summer and, some in the fall from enrollments. And then we have a period where we don't get too many receipts, cash receipts. And then in January, we tend to get a fairly healthy amount from the state and the county and the students. So our reserves go down into December, and that's what we need to plan for, what we do plan for. And Kim Sherwood keeps good records on those.
So can you give me a ballpark estimate of all of the cash reserves, not including what might be left over this year's budget?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I don't understand the question either. Okay. You said there's an account here that has X amount of dollars and an account over here that has more and unencumbered cash, so forth. Can you kind of just estimate all of those as far as a total?
I think I might be able to find that. Hang on just a minute. Kim, Kim Sherwood, you sent an email with that, right?
Are you asking me, Kent, or are you asking?
No, Kim Sherwood. Oh, she's not on here now, is she?
Yeah. Why don't we try and get that amount for you and get it to you? Would that be okay?
I think this may be it.
Okay.
These are all our fund balances at the end of the year. We had 23 million in total cash and investments, liabilities of a little less than 3 million. So overall about 20 million. These are the various funds where that's located. Can you see that?
Pretty small.
Oh, okay. But, yeah.
Is that in any of the literature we have or any of the handouts we have?
Not right now. We do publish that when we give you the board, the budget book at the meeting 2 weeks from now. When we ask you to approved the notice of public hearing, this will be included in that. We publish it in that update every summer.
All the supplemental information.
Yeah, so like here, see right now we have 3.7 in the capital project fund. That's probably earmarked for the 5,000 building. Here's the student life. You know, I mentioned the the bookstore and the residence hall. You were up in the operating funds. So yeah, that's what we have. Is that help you?
Yeah.
Julie? Okay. And we'll get that information for you.
Kent, this is Forrest. How do you
Yes.
estimate the anticipated unspent budget?
Well, we know historically it's been at least 2% for quite some time. You know, we have a fair amount, you know, when we have a $50 million budget and 70 to 75% of that is in payroll with the normal turnover, you know, that accounts for quite a bit of it. And, you know, all the various departments try to manage their budget so they don't overspend it. So let's say enrollment management, registrar's office has a $5,000 non-payroll budget. You know, if they'll try to stay under that. So if they stay under by 2% or so, it could be $20,000 or $30,000. And then when you look at that all across the institution, all the departments doing that, it just adds up.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
So the 20 million that you quoted me, was that with or without the 80, with the 8 million on the screen that's unencumbered?
That included the 8 million.
It did? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that included the operating funds. So let me run through the notes real quick. Our enrollments are trending down, and we felt like with the unknowns from the pandemic that we would probably go down. We're estimating around 7%, and most of that is from you know, the estimate that we have for the pandemic. So that's one area that we think we're going down next year, or this current year, FY21 year. On the local taxes, this budget is built on keeping the mill levy the same for next year and tax revenue going up 4.5% or 4.4% because the valuation is going up 4.4%. But we do think that although we levy that much tax, that we're probably not going to collect it this year. We've been told because of the economy to expect higher uncollectible taxes. So we've built in an additional 7% uncollectible taxes from our local taxes. And then on the state aid.
Kent,
yes.
You said this afternoon when we were talking about the uncollectibles that typically we collect about 93% of the taxes. So there's already a 7% decrease built into that. And then this 7% is on top of that. So we're anticipating about a 14% uncollectible, you know, in this coming year.
Right. This is the spreadsheet that I use for that. And this has been the history over the past from 18, 19, and 20. We've collected 94, 93, and 93% during the current year that we levied taxes. So next year, we're estimating only 85%. So get back here.
Has the state verified?
State aid, we haven't had a rescission yet, but we've been told to expect one. And so we're estimating about 8%, excuse me, 7%. I'm in the wrong spot there. A 7% decrease in the state funding. We'll just have to wait and see. We pulled a lot of other colleges. There's several of them, Hutch, Barton, some of them that are comparable to us. They're using 10%. Some of the, up around Johnson County and KCK, they're much lower. So we settled on a 7% estimated decrease. We know what the compensation is. You just passed that. So this is a summary of what we've been talking about as being lost revenue in our VP meetings when we've been considering what to do with the expenditure budget. And these losses we feel are really a result of the current situation, the pandemic and the economic realities of the state and the county, that we may be looking at about a $3 million loss or decrease in revenue due to that situation. So on the expenditure side, from the estimated budget for the current fiscal year, YE21, the year we're going into, from the expenditure budget that we showed you in March, we've reduced $2 million in personnel expenditures, another almost 380,000 in non-personnel expenditures. So about almost 2.5 million reduction in expenditure budget for next year. And then we've also deferred some facilities project, and we're going to receive additional support from the foundation on reimbursing their salaries. So we've made a bottom line increase, reducing expenditures or deferring projects of almost $3 million in our budget deliberations over the last 3 months to try and offset this anticipated loss in expenditures. So that's a good summary, I think, of what I wanted to talk about as far as the revenues and expenditures for next year. I don't know if Kim or any other administrators wants to chime in anything. I do want to spend some time when we're done with this part of it talking about the public hearing and the notice of public hearing that we'll ask you to approve 2 weeks from now. But I know I went through this kind of quickly, which I assume people wanted me to do. So any questions or comments at this point?
I would just say, Kent, this is Kim, just say that, we going into the budget year.
Everybody's good with that, or is my computer froze up, or?
No, you're okay. I would just say, going into this budget year, there just are a ton of unknowns. We're trying to be really careful about how we approach this.
Kim, I'm not hearing anything. Are you?
Is your little light on there, Kim?
Huh? My light's on. My light's on. I don't know, Kent, why you can't hear me.
I think it's on Kent's side. We can hear you fine out here.
Are you? Okay. So anyway, I mean, we're also being told really to plan on probably another mid-year rescission from the state. A mid-year rescission, another allotment. when we get into January potentially. So again, trying to keep that in mind as we move forward with the budget. So we'll just go with the flow, I guess. And understand that we'll have to, we'll probably have to make some adjustments along the way, but.
He's talking.
I think he's muted. So can you hear us now, Kent?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, I don't know when I lost you. I was just talking away.
That's all right.
I
was just saying that, there are a lot of unknowns going into this budget year. So we'll just have to keep people updated and be, willing to change, do what we have to do as we go along.
Maybe we could get the budget that you're going to present at the budget meeting, maybe a couple of weeks before.
Well, I don't know that it'll be ready a couple weeks before. He'll get it to you in time to review it, but they're finalizing all of the information. So can't the budget for, are you thinking the notice of public hearing information or
The
one
budget
in-
hearing, information.
Well, you've got some of that stuff in front of you
The
right
numbers,
now.
yeah.
So-
The only thing I was wondering is, can you show me on any of your number lists or any of your data sheets, can you show me where the COVID relief was added back in?
Oh, yeah.
There's some that's been added.
Let's see. Yeah, I think I skipped over that. Let's see.
I showed that in the.
Yeah.
5 hours.
I'll help him get to it. Cam,
Are you
while you're
seeing
looking for it.
this?
Oh, maybe you found it. Yes.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, yeah, I didn't,
On page 3.
yeah, these are the YE 21 revenues right here. Yeah, thanks, Kim, page 3. So it's right here on the federal sources. So this is part of the, from the CARES grant, when we converted students to online in March, when we shut the campus down, we didn't actually charge the students an online fee. So in looking at the regulations or the guidance for the CARES Fund, we determined that we could go ahead and charge those students and then basically refund it. So it shows as revenue to us and a waiver of those fees, and then claim that from the CARES grant, and it'll come in next year. And this is where it'll come in. I think I lost you again.
I
We
think
can
we're
hear
just
you.
numb.
That's a portion of the CARES, the institutional CARES money. There are other expenses that CARES money can be used for, like PPE and technology and lost revenues from events and those kinds of things. But and the refunds that we had to give back to the students when they left the residence halls, that money would go back into the student life and residence hall fund. But there are some other things that those CARES funds will cover, but they will cover things that have already been expended. So,
okay.
But the online fees is the biggest chunk of that probably right now.
So you can hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, good. So I did want to talk about the notice of public hearing, and Julie, what we've generally done in the past is try to get the budget book out the Thursday before the board meeting, which would be on the Tuesday, the 28th. That's about as quickly as we could get it out. We have a accounting has a lot of reconciliation work to do still, and we have to get the legal budget form put together. I did want to show you this document. This is a draft of what some of the notice of public hearing will look like. We've got some of the numbers filled in and some of the numbers we still need to get in there. I did want to talk about this too. Up at the top here, we give the information on where the public hearing will be. And Kim, I heard you say that the August meeting may be in Andover.
Well, that's what's on the schedule, but we'll have to decide that for sure. So,
Okay,
but that was the regular August meeting, Kent.
right, but that's.
Oh,
when
yeah,
we'll
I
have
guess
the-
that's what you have there. I'm sorry. You're right. We'll decide that and get that settled so you can get it published the right way.
Okay, yeah, okay. So kind of moving on down through that. Last year, you can see here, what we did, what the board directed us to do was keep the taxes the same as the year before. And the valuation right here, you can see it went up last year. And so that resulted in the actual mill levies going down. This is our general fund mill levy, and this is the capital outlay mill levy. The budget recommendation that we have here for you anticipates that we'll keep the mill levy the same, and then the valuation here, is going up this roughly 4%. So that will increase our actual taxation that we show on the notice of public hearing and in the legal budget. So I want to make sure we're all on the same page there and understand where we're heading there.
I don't. Do I have that page? Hold on, I got it. Yeah.
So if there's no comments or questions about that, I did want to touch on one other item on the notice of public hearing. And this was from a couple years ago, but one thing that we have a lot of questions on is there's usually a big gap, a large increase from this column where we put in the actuals. Like this year, this will be 2019-2020 actuals, the year that we just finished. And this is the expenditure column for all these different funds. And this is the expenditure, the legal expenditure budget for next year. And so we always do a reconciliation of this. It looks like this. And so when you go from the actual expenditures from one year to the legal budget of the next year, there's usually some big differences. Like, first of all, the expenditures from the year are normally always less than the operating budget, simply because we generally underspend the budget. And then the operating budget usually goes up from one year to the next. I'm not sure that's going to be the case. In fact, I think it's not the case with the current budget, but you can see here we went up $4 million from one year to the next. And then we increased the legal budget over the operating budget in order to give us flexibility in case something would come up. And sometimes there's other items. 2 years ago, we had this capital improvement. This was for the 5,000 building, so that increased it quite a bit. We won't have anything like that this year, I don't think, but we will have some of this normal increase. And so you can expect a fairly big jump from the actual YE20 expenditures to the legal budget or expenditures for YE21. This increase has no effect on the amount of tax that we're going to levy. We just increase our estimate on both the revenue and the expenditure side. So it gives us more flexibility. It protects us because if we ever overspend the legal budget in the general fund, then the state will, KBOR can deduct that from our state aid revenues. So we don't ever want to get in that position. We want to give ourselves plenty of leeway. So it is important that we're prepared to pass the notice of public hearing on the 28th. We have to get it to the newspaper the very next day so we can get it published. Statutorily, we have to have it published 10 days before we have the public hearing. So this year, because of the way that falls in the calendar, if we get it, and we only have one newspaper in the county to publish it in. So I think we get it published as soon as we can after the special meeting on the 28th. There's 11 days, which so that works for us. But if for any reason we wouldn't be able to pass it on that day, we would have to delay the public hearing. So I know I kind of rushed through this. I know we still have some analysis that we wanted to share with you, but are there any questions or comments? Are you comfortable with the recommended budget that we're putting forward?
I don't see how we get from 55 million down to 81 million. I just don't understand the reclass PTE, vocational PTE. Can you like shotgun what all that means real fast? From like the 55 million down to the 80?
Oh, okay.
It's on the far right side of that page.
On this reconciliation we're talking about? Or
Sample.
It's on page 3, Kent. It's a sample. It says July 25th, 2018 at the top circled.
okay, well, we have all these different funds that we have to account for. So this was our actual operating budget that we talk about that's comparable to what I've been showing you as the operating budget.
Right.
There's some other things that we account for here, like there's a statutory obligation to account for all post-secondary technical education expenses in the PTE fund. So we reclassify a lot of indirect expenses. So this is just a number that goes down from the general fund to the vocational fund here. And we have some transfers. Then we have these designated funds that are actually part of the general fund. So the general fund is more than just the operating fund, but these designated funds are, we've talked about those in the past. These are really break-even fund designations of the general fund, or like the capital improvement where it's set aside for a particular purpose. So there's some extra expenditures there. Then we have other funds here, you know, adult basic ed, adult sup. The campus life is probably the biggest one. You know, we had 7.5 million in legal budget expenditures there. So I think that was your question. How do we get from the 50 million up here to the 80 million? It's because
I'm still not following that at all. If our our operating fund's 50 million, then we have a general of 55. You're spending 7.5 million on campus life. How does that add to our general fund? Would that not be part of it? Is everything under the 55 additional money we spend? Or is that?
Yes. Okay, so you've got the, that's a general fund. Then this is a vocational fund, 15 million. So that's 70,000 or 70 million there. Then we add in the ABE and adult sup.
And you don't have it on the screen. You may want to put it on the screen.
Well, we've got it right here.
Am I not sharing this? Okay, sorry. I thought I was sharing.
But I think and Shelby, the legal budget that's on the right-hand side, again, we're not going to spend all of that money. That's just what we're spending is the operating budget, that column that's 2 columns over. But that legal budget, that's like Kent said, those numbers are inflated to make sure that we don't have some sort of unexpected expenditure during the year that would take us over, what's been legally approved. So it looks like it's a lot of money.
Or are we going to have 81 million on hand and we just don't spend it?
No, this is just all on paper.
Yeah, I'll just have to keep asking questions until I get it.
That's fine.
That's how I learn.
It's just all on paper.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
I'll eventually ask the right question and figure out.
Well, and if you add up the bold, 55, 278, 15 gives you the 71, and then 8, that gets you down
that gets
to
you to the 80. I just don't know if our budget that we always look at is around 50. I just don't understand why we have 80 that we're looking at.
Well, because
this column more
planes, that's you inflate it so that you don't end up having some sort of a catastrophe during the year that causes you to
for so many years that our inflated number will just bouncing off of it.
I think, Kent, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we talked about this a little bit this afternoon. Part of the reason this number, particular year you're using for comparison here, that $6.2 million was money that we spent that year for Andover, which was kind of a one-time.
Yep. So
that number's a lot bigger. Like if you're looking at this compared to this year, what's that?
That's back at 55.
Right.
Yeah.
But that was something we spent that year that we're not spending next year.
It seems like these are other programs that we spent money on. Campus Live.
right.
I'll eventually figure it out. I'll send you it.
Yeah, I'd be happy to spend time with you on it, Shelby.
Okay.
It's confusing. That's why I wanted to show you this, because we do get, we get a lot of questions from taxpayers and they're liable to ask you about it.
Yeah, if they call me up yelling at me, I'm like, I have no idea.
We'll give them your number.
Yeah. I just need to be able to understand where I can explain it. So I'll get it eventually.
Yeah, I'd be happy to spend time with you on it.
Okay. I don't mind asking questions and looking dumb as long as I can figure it out.
You don't need to ask questions.
Well, again, that's why I wanted to show you that, because it is confusing. So I guess that's all I had on the budget, Kim.
Okay. You want me to talk about McConnell just a little bit?
Yeah, we have that, and then we have that other analysis.
You have seen the information previously on Boston Rec and Flint Hills. Added, I just used the same sheet and put a little bit of the McConnell information on front side and back side for you. Or I'll get you a copy of this too, so you've got it.
All right.
What you'd seen before, there were questions about, what our outreach sites generated or didn't generate in funding. And in prior explanation, you can see that Boston Rec, where we have culinary arts, we have revenues over expenses. Flint Hills and Marion, same way, revenues over expenses. McConnell's a little bit different. You know, it's a federal facility. And you'll see at McConnell, if you look on the front page that's just got the tables, you'll see that at McConnell, we have expenses over revenue. Now, at McConnell, there are certain fees that are waived because of military folks. They're also in the last couple of years at McConnell at the Air Force Base, they made some significant changes at McConnell that didn't allow you to actively recruit. You couldn't advertise, you couldn't promote your programs at all. It was only kind of word of mouth. And so you didn't really have a way to get out and recruit students and advertise the programs and those kinds of things. And so we saw, most of the institutions, I think, saw a change in their credit hour enrollments and their headcount enrollments over that period of time. There was also some change in leadership out there that changed some of those processes. And so when we flip to the backside, you'll see a difference between 2017 and 2019 in the change in expenses over revenues. The one thing that I think is really important to think about when it comes to McConnell is that we have a service center, just an enrollment and testing site that's just north of the entrance of McConnell Air Force Base, right on Rock Road. Used to be that we could teach classes out of that site, some of the gen ed classes and adult basic ed and stuff like that, but we aren't able to do that any longer because, again, that's not our service area. And our friends at Wichita State, you know, don't want Cali and Hutch and Butler, other places teaching the gen ed classes. So we haven't taught things there for a few years. But that enrollment center is critical to us because it's an enrollment site for all, a center for all of our sites. So even though there's in lease and salaries this in 2019 of just about $105,000 there, between March of 19 and March of 20, that site enrolled just short of 18,000 credit hours for the college in online, at El Dorado, in Andover, at Rose Hill, and at Boston Rec. And if you just calculated the average tuition and fees that would be in state, that enrollment generated $2.12 million in student tuition and fees for the college. So that service center spot is really critical to the college's overall enrollment. They don't just enroll McConnell classes there or Andover. The flip side of this, on the back side, shows you the bottom table. McConnell, again, you've seen the Boston Rec and the Flint Hills stuff. Both of those still in 17 and then in 19, both still generating revenue over expenditures. McConnell, the cost has gone up for us, and in that time frame from 17 to 19 is when some of those changes occurred at McConnell, where we couldn't recruit and we couldn't advertise and we couldn't promote our programs, we couldn't put up flyers or anything like that. So we attribute some of that to again, that change, and some of that's kind of changing back a little bit. 2017 we had at the service center $112,611 in salaries and benefits, and then in 2019 a little less than that. But again, significant enrollment overall for the college that happens out of that service center. And some of the folks that staff that service center also go back and forth to McConnell and help staff at McConnell. We have really skeleton staff at McConnell and really skeleton staff at the service center. So that's just basic information on McConnell. And I know, Shelby, if you've got some other questions.
Yeah, I do. I'll forward you an email. I was just going to forward it to everybody. I just made you a copy.
Yeah.
My only proposal as taxpayer Butler County is, like I've said a couple times, like just ask these satellite sites, like, hey, we kicked in 30%. We'd like you to pay that 30%. What are your thoughts?
I'm getting meetings scheduled.
And if they're like, we're doing you a huge service, maybe you should pay a little bit just to have us there. You know?
Well, they're sites that generate good enrollment for us.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that goes along with this is not just student tuition and fees, but it's also the state aid allocation. that goes along with that. And so if we weren't generating the credit hours out of there, we wouldn't get that state aid either. So, but happy to have those conversations with folks, and I'm getting some of those meetings scheduled and some of those conversations lined up. So we've had good partners. The folks in the Flint Hills at Flint Hills and Council Grove like it. At the high school, you know, we pay $6,000 to just be at the high school in Marion, and that's it, because we're paying our internet, and that's all we pay to be there. And so there's some great partnerships in those communities, and they certainly see the benefit of that education being provided and close for their students. And so
I just think Butler's a great school, and somebody just to have us there next door, they should be willing to at least pay what we pay as just the taxpayers.
We can sure visit about it.
Yeah.
Dr. Cole? Yes.
Also, just what I've heard, that the classes at McConnell, sometimes they go ahead and leave. There's almost like 3 to 5 students.
They can be small. They'll be small sometimes. Yeah. Most of the, well, the staffing, it's all adjunct that teach at McConnell, and so they have sites, other sites that they teach at, so we don't have any full-time faculty there. It kind of depends on the class and how, I mean, if they're offered every semester or not. So some of it is scheduling. And Lori, if you're still on, are we the only 2-year institution at McConnell? WSU Tech is kind of in there doing some classes through WSU's DOD agreement, but are we the only other 2-year institution there?
Yes, we are.
Yeah. We've been at McConnell for about 45 years. So, yeah, it's a really, really long-standing partnership. I would have to go back and look. I don't know that for sure.
What was the question, Dr. Kroll?
If we've always operated at a deficit at McConnell, and I can't answer that.
I don't believe so, because our enrollments have shrunk when we got the current education services officer, who really prohibited us from marketing on base. You know, he's had a little pressure from WSU to kind of loosen that up a little bit, and we're seeing that kind of change a little bit now. I think if we could market a little bit more, we would see those sections grow.
Well, the other thing that happened that really hurt our enrollment at McConnell was 9/11, because the process to get onto the base to take the classes changed dramatically. Students didn't have to go through background checks or anything like that to get on the base to take classes, and all of that changed with 9/11. That significantly impacted us as well.
Yeah, it was a cash cow in the 90s.
What'd you say, Kent?
It was a cash cow for us in the 90s because they were giving us all the facilities free. We were getting out district tuition. So a lot of Wichita students just went there.
So what other universities are on McConnell, did you say?
Embry-Riddle, WSU.
What's Embry-Riddle?
It's an online.
Online? Strictly online?
Yeah.
Well, they're not just strictly online. You know, the education services officer is not a big supporter of online courses. So he really pushes the colleges that are on base to have face-to-face options as well. Southwestern was removed from the base, and WSU took their place because they didn't have a lot of face-to-face offerings. And the ESO over there right now, even though the military benefits from online courses because of their schedules and they're getting deployed and those kind of things, he still is a believer that face-to-face is the best option.
So if you've got other questions about McConnell, let me know.
And I had typed up an email earlier before the meeting. I'm just sending it to you all.
Got it.
You
I'm not
did?
trying to- Yeah, I just did. I'm not trying to be a
Oh.
jerk. I was just trying to get information. So more information, the better, I think.
Ken, do you want to talk about the other,
Yeah.
the other out district stuff, or do we want to save that? It's been, I don't know if everybody's too tired to sit here any longer.
I'd really like to go.
Julie wants to go.
Well,
Everybody wants to go.
I'd
All
like
right.
to stay.
Okay, what do you
She
want?
would
By
not.
yourself.
She does not. So it's the information that you folks had asked for before that shows the cost comparison for the taxpayers for the out district students. So he's got that put together, but let's save that, Kent, shall we? Everybody's had a long day, tired. Everyone wants to go home, right? Yeah. Sounds like
Fine
it.
with me.
Huh?
Fine
Fine with
with
you?
me. Yep.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. It was a long meeting, but appreciate the input and the conversation. So,
What should I expect? I'm gonna be out of town on the 25th. So what-
thanks, Jim.
or 26th, notice of meeting.
The 28th. You're out of town.
In Colorado.
Okay.
I can join